Hello, everybody. Hope everyone is all right. And we are ready to roll. Don't have my phone. I got my tablet. So I'll be able to check out the emails through the tablet. If need to be. So that's good. Hope everyone is all right. And that everything is going well in your part of the woods. Here it's snowy right now. Well, actually it stopped, but it starts and comes and goes. This is what it looks outside. I put the camera there so that you guys could see what's the winter-like conditions in Montreal. Starting to look like Christmas with the snow and all. So this is what it, and it's about 30-ish Fahrenheit, -1 degrees Celsius. So that's the winter conditions outside, and it's been quite cold. We actually almost reached 0 Fahrenheit the day before yesterday, and we're supposed to have some more cold coming this week, so it's cold, and it is beginning to look like Christmas, definitely. So everything seems fine. I'm going to open the regular pages, the IBI space for schedules, and then we have HF Underground for Pirates, and we'll have Priam, see if there's any number stations. The sun is extremely active, so nothing before a while here on Priam, so we'll mainly be looking at Pirates and stuff like that. So this is okay, all opened up, and here we go. So welcome to this Shortwave live show. This is, of course, the show that we do every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time, and we just have a lot of fun talking about radio sharing, and this is what we do every Saturday to just be a gang of radio geeks that are having fun together, which is nice and great, and always cool to have all of you over here every Saturday. We always have a lot of fun, and so welcome aboard. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America. And, well, we're here to have some radio fun as usual. Anything radio doesn't have to be just shortwave. It could be longwave, medium wave, shortwave. It could be in the VHF, UHF. In fact, we're going to talk about a event that is happening in the UHF range. There's a satellite, RS-38S, that's sending out slow scan television pictures. And that's going on until December the 13th. So that is a week away. So we have 1 week of slow scan TV pictures. I need to check out the satellite. I haven't tried yet. There was a nice pass last night. I completely forgot about it. I need to put some alerts on my phone to let me know that there's something there, because I totally forgot. So we're going to talk about that, and we're going to talk about all sorts of other things. Of course, radio-wise, maybe you've noticed that the Yaesu is back here. That's what you see here, the screen of my Yaesu FTDX10. So I put the Yaesu back over here. And the reason 29600 is FM calling frequency for amateur radio in the 10-meter band, and actually been monitoring tons of FM contacts being made all day. Earlier this morning was European stations are coming in. A lot of U.S. stations this afternoon were checking in and making contacts around 29600. And so I've been monitoring that while doing other stuff, preparing for the live show. If you enjoy our show, we have a fantastic group in the chat room. Wonderful people that are here to have fun like you. And I think we got one of the best, if not the best, gangs ever. And this is a really fun place to be. Like I always say, I've been to many, many, many groups. Unfortunately, a lot of groups aren't. I would just add that many groups do not moderate well enough their groups, and makes it very annoying to be in there. This is not the case here. We've got the best of the best, and have a lot of fun with radio and with questions. And if you're new, or maybe you've been listening, or you're a ham radio operator for 50, 60 years, everybody's welcome here, and there's always something we learn from that. And when this is over, we have a group, Facebook group of the same name, official SWL channel, 4,300 members. And this is another place where people during the week and between live shows share what they're listening to. They share what they have been, new radios maybe they have, and stuff like that. So this is the place to be. It's got a lot of fun. And this is hopefully a lot of fun for you guys too. I've been having a lot of delivery problems this week. I'm waiting for Paul the Cat food, which was supposed to arrive on Thursday. Then Friday wasn't there, and today it says, "Oh well, it's going to arrive soon." Yeah, what soon means exactly? There's no date. There's no, it's like, what the hell is that? And I have another delivery from Canada Post, and that delivery, I'm wondering if it's my DP666 radio. The problem is, it said, "Oh, you're going to have a delivery on Thursday." Not even, I think it was Wednesday. And on Wednesday, end of the day, I look at the tracking. Tracking says, tomorrow. And Thursday, and look at it, and it says, tomorrow. And Friday, it changed to, we don't really know when it's going to be delivered. And I'm like, what is this? I guess it's because of Christmas. And that's probably my best guess is that because of the Christmas holiday, what's happening is that there's a lot of problems with the deliveries and getting everything in time. So hopefully it's going to be eventually there, I would guess. But it's it's the way it is. So anyways, that's where we are, and that's what's happening with everything here. But for the rest, things are going well. I guess this Christmas problem of deliveries, So thanks for being here, guys, and hope that you will enjoy the show today. Wow, huge sunspot on the sun right now. Just to show you guys what the sun looks like. And space weather. Let's bring up the sun. Just gonna show you guys what this looks like. Look at that. Big, huge sunspot group right there on the southern part of the sun. Or is it the northern part? I don't know, because I think the picture is upside down. I'm not sure. Anyways, this group of sunspots, if you put them together, they are around 90%, 80 to 90% the size of the Carrington event sunspot that created havoc in 1859. So the only difference is that the Carrington sunspot of 1859 was a single group. These are several groups of sunspots, but it's still huge, and now it's facing Earth. Plus, it has very complex geomagnetic or magnetic fields. So we're expecting some big flare coming out of this. We'll see what happens. The funniest thing is we were expecting big flares from this group, and the one that flared this week was that little teeny 4300 there. That little teeny thing there, that actually gave us an X flare, which is like the strongest of flares that you can get. And you're like, okay, that was not expected. Actually, nobody expected that. But definitely something. And the solar flux, of course, shot up above 200. So it shows the bands on the upper frequencies are really, really open. And actually, we're going to look at a couple of kph frequencies, see if the California Morse code from the marine station is coming in. So, yeah, this is definitely something that's happening right now. So, pretty amazing to see the sunspot group here. I'm going to tell you that. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens with that, and we'll see if anything gets out of this sunspot, and who knows, maybe some huge solar flare that's gonna make us wonder about how good our technology is. There was a funny story a couple of weeks ago. There's when we had the last geomagnetic storms a few weeks ago, one of the guys, I think it's a guy in Florida that has a one of those smart lawnmowers, and it actually mows the lawn on its own. And he's saying that usually it's very good. It is very precise within a quarter of an inch, and he didn't realize, but he actually his lawnmower went all haywire during the geomagnetic storm, because it distorted the GPS signals. And so it started mowing his flowers. So it's like, yeah, smart technologies are kind of nice, but I'm going to tell you one thing. This is just, telling you that our technology is extremely vulnerable to the effects of solar activity and geomagnetic storms. That's for sure. So hope that you make sure that you still have some good older technology that still works, that will still be there. One other thing that I would like to mention is that the Canadian International DX Club December Messenger is out. So let me show you the cover here on my tablet. So this is, of course, the publication that is released every month from the Canadian International DS Club, the Messenger. It is beautiful, fantastic. This is the cover of this December edition. So really nice. And has a lot of stuff in there. Once again, you guys, you got the headquarters report. You got the broadcast band for those that like medium wave DXing. Mickey Dalmage has a very interesting QSL column. I have the world of utilities. This month we're looking at voice transmissions, marine and aeronautical, from North America mostly. There's a shortwave logbook with all the logs. There's the World English Survey with all sorts of schedules for shortwave and links. Free radio scene with pirate stuff from Brian Penny. A short world of radio info page. The shortwave station resources, so where you get schedules, stuff like that. A DX program guide from Glenn Hauser. Not just listening. Sheldon has all sorts of things in there that it's not just, it could be radio related, but it's not necessarily with a radio. There's all sorts of things. Podding along, John Figliozzi, and technical topics. Eric Cottrell has the ham radio news, which is great for amateur radio news of all sorts. And of course, the propagation report and what's news and stuff like that. All sorts of things. Very, very interesting. For sure. Well, you can actually become a member if you wish. The Canadian International DS Club, it's not just a bulletin. It's also being a member of a radio club. You're part of a gang of radio geeks. And so this is great for that. You can actually get a sample copy of the messenger, if you wish. If you have not asked for any of them before, and so you can, of course, join the group. It includes not just the membership. You also have a monthly Zoom meeting that happens every month. And we, of course, have the Messenger, which is an electronic publication. So if you want to ask for a sample copy, it's sample@cidxclub.ca. So I'll put that in the chat here. And of course, only if you never ask before. So sample Messenger. And here is sample@cidxclub.ca. And of course, you can join. Sorry. You can join the club, and if you want to join, it's simple. You just you can send it through PayPal. You can send it also through you can send it through a check if you want, but you can join through with the PayPal, which is CIDX club@yahoo.com for the PayPal payment. If you want to join, it's $10 for 1 year, $25 for 3 years, which is a bargain at that price. And getting a high quality bulletin, 86 pages this month, was over 100 pages last month. So it varies from about 75 to 100 pages every month, and it's full of really, really good and amazing. Yeah, it's a membership, like Sheldon just says. It's a membership. I might have said a subscription, but it's a membership, really a membership, because you're part of a club. It's not just subscribing like to the Spectrum Monitor or things like that. It's you're part of a club, and like I said, every month we have our Zoom meeting where we meet up. And it's fun to see everybody's face and everybody around here. So, hey, we're like real close. You know what you could do? And that could be a great Christmas gift for yourself, by the way. We're like this close to 300 members. This close. And maybe today we can actually go over 300. That would be great. Think about it. I mean, the price is right. The only thing missing is you can't spin the wheel. So why not join and have fun enjoying the membership and the messenger every month and all of that, and join us at the Zoom every month too. So it's pretty cool, and it's really a great. It's packed full of information. It might say Canadian International DX Club, but we have information in there that is for everybody, wherever you are around the world, and lots of cool stuff. If you're, new to the hobby, this is a great publication because there's a lot of information that's going to help you understand more of the radio hobby in general. So think about it. It's pretty cool. And ask for that sample copy. It's not complicated. I put the email there. All you have to do is send a little, hey, I'd like a sample. You don't even have to explain who you are. You don't have to explain anything. Just say, I'd like to have a sample, please. And you'll get the December sample, and that'll be very simple. And you know what? I'm sure if you get your sample copy, you are going to be hooked, and you're going to want to join and become a member of the CIDX Club. So think about it. So that was the promotion. I'm not getting paid for this. It's all a volunteer. And, come and check out my utility column and all the other info in there. So check it, and do ask for the sample. I mean, that is the most basic thing, just asking for a sample copy. Okay, now let's go to, and by the way, for the rest of the promotion, if you enjoy what I do, there's the super chat here where you can give a little something. This helps me tremendously, helps me buy radios, antennas, and do all sorts of things so that we can continue doing live shows and have fun. And of course, there's the pizza fund and cat treats through PayPal also, that you can send a little something. Any amount helps, guys. Okay, don't worry about it. Don't worry about whatever amount you send. Any amount helps, and it is always great to get a little something in return for all the hours that I spend doing this and making videos and creating content. I know a lot of you guys enjoy your Saturdays with this live show. Well, it's something to think about. A little help back is more than appreciated. So thank you, everybody. Okay, Richard Wagner, nice to have you here, Northeast Illinois, 30 Fahrenheit, MPRTVG. Okay, that's our friend Bobby Burgess in Morgan City, Louisiana, WA5107SWL. Jay Watterson 69, nice to have you here. Mike B, nice to have you on board from Colorado. And who knows, we'll try to have Paul. He's sleeping in the bedroom right now. So hopefully maybe he's going to get up and pay us a little visit. Jean Arrache, or Free to Choose 80, nice to have you on board from Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec. Bienvenue, j'espère que ça va bien. Brian Leisner, nice to have you on board. Megan, nice to have you here from Colorado. We have Robert Varner, nice to have you here. KC2TEL in New Jersey. Mike WX50, Northwest Arkansas, nice to have you here. Kevin, nice to have you on board from St. Pete, Florida. And hope you're enjoying your stay and your new life there. Bloggerdi, nice to have you here from Central Virginia. The snow lies on the ground. Ha ha. So I guess it's not radio outside today. Weather. Trustin, nice to have you here from Newfoundland. Kenneth, KW1161, nice to have you here from Tucson, Arizona. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you here from South Texas and 5KVO. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. Ricky, salut, ça va bien, j'espère que tu vas bien. Nice to have you on board from Calgary, where it's minus 13 Celsius. Brad Shaver, nice to have you on board from North Illinois. Brian Leisner says it's cold in Philly, 22 Fahrenheit last evening. So winter, sounds like winter. Stephen Wright, nice to have you here. Send some to the UK. We'll try. What else do we have? What else do we have? Andy New, nice to have you here. M7CUN from Bristol, UK. RJ Dakota, nice to have you here from Winsville, Missouri. WA0113SWL on a chilly Saturday. Don Royal, nice to have you here from Sun City, Arizona. We have Ricky using an influencer voice. Remember to smash the like button and hit the notification bell. There you go. Mike WX50 tried to smash the like button, but he cracked the screen. Ugh. What else do we have? Signal, SWL Signal. Nice to have you here. And it says soon to be a rainy Florida. Brian Leisner says this is the first week of it starting to feel like December in my neck of the woods. Yeah, today is definitely, I went to get my beer for the live show, and I was looking, there was a couple of decorations down some of the houses, and I was like, yeah, okay. All I'm missing is the Christmas music. Feels like Christmas. With the little snow that fell today and all, and it's pretty white now. We don't have a lot of it, but it's enough to, cover the ground pretty well. Andy New received my new Badgeton BJ 9000 yesterday. Steepish learning curve, but well worth it. Transmits on 70 centimeters, 2 meters. CB, FM, and a receive shortwave on all mods, including SSB, airband included. Okay, sounds interesting. Old radios, nice to have you here. Says no radios this week. Record player and camera, but no radios. Sheldon Harvey has shared the link to the Wikipedia article on the Carrington event. Rick Myers, nice to have you on board from South Daytona, Florida. K04OSA, and says no luck with the RS38S SSTV event, no copy. So you weren't able to receive it. It's a little trickier on the UHF range for receiving satellites than it is on the 2-meter International Space Station signal, and often those satellites are higher. So they're further away from us. I will be trying, maybe tonight there could be a pass. I printed the passes here. So tonight on the 6th, 7th in UTC, yeah, there's a nice 81 degree pass at 02. The peak is at 0205. So that means at about 9 p.m. tonight. I have to try to remember. I'm going to use my FT65 from my Yaesu FT65, which is like really, really good. The antenna is very well tuned to the VHF, UHF amateur bands. I'll be checking that out tonight. So keep going at it, Rick. I'm sure at some point you might hear it. We're going to check it out myself tonight and try to do it the next few days. So the frequency, for those that wonder, RS38S frequency, if you want to try to listen to the slow scan TV, is 437.825 megahertz. And so this is in the 70 centimeter amateur band in UHF. With a scanner radio, you should be able to get this. And the mode used is Robot 36. So for the SSTV event. So what you do is you tune, and you can, what you could do, the easiest way, if it's too complicated to use the radio and also decode at the same time, just record it. Use your phone, use any device, and record the audio that's coming out of your scanner radio. And then when the pass is gone, take that audio and then use it with maybe your computer or another device, and decode the picture. So that could be an easy way to do it. And so there's several pictures that are being sent out, and actually the ARIS team is you can send the pictures you receive, and you'll receive a certificate by email to let you know that you've received pictures and so kind of cool. So check that out, 437.825. The satellite needs to be over your city when you will receive it. So that means you need to track it with software. I use Orbitron. I can show you guys what my software looks like. Orbitron is a piece of software that I use on PC. You can use, there's a website online which is N2YO or something like that. So this is the software I use, just to let you guys know. Display capture, here we go. So this is Orbitron that I use. You see here on the right side, I have the satellite chosen here, RS-38S, also known as Wizard Meteo. So you can check that out, and I can. So here the satellite is right now going. Where is it? Let me just see. It's right here, down in near the. It's gonna go through the southern Antarctic, and then come back up here. So what you need to do is, so my city is here, Montreal, is I wait for the passes that will actually bring it over my area, and this lets me listen to it. Here, the circle that you have around the satellite here is the radio range. So this, if you're anywhere in that circle right now, you should be able to receive the signal. For example, here's New Zealand, and so New Zealand is inside that circle, which means New Zealand right now should be receiving this signal. And the next pass, because this other line here is where it's going to pass next time, is even closer to New Zealand, so it could be even better for that one. So this is Orbitron. It's an old piece of software. It's a little tricky to have work on new Windows machines because it was not made for Windows protected mode from back in the day. So you have to run it as an administrator if you want it to actually work well on Windows. But I'll actually find the website that I've been talking about concerning the tracking online. So you can use Heavens Above website, the Heavens Above website for that. So Heavens Above website is here. I'll give you guys two websites. N2YO, I think is, N2YO.com for tracking satellites. So you can find the satellites. I'm going to share N2YO.com, which means you can just track on the website. You don't have to install any piece of software for that. And you can also track the satellite using the Heavens Above website, which also is a great website. If you have an Android phone, there's an Heavens Above app on Android for tracking satellites, so you can use that. And of course, once you get the hang of it and see where the satellite is and when it's going to pass over your city, you can actually decode, maybe, hopefully, decode the signal from the satellite itself. So let's continue here. Let's continue here. Where was I? Okay. We have Kenneth says sunspots in self-driving cars don't go well together also. Yeah, I would guess that doesn't work that well either. Yeah, definitely. Chikopi Radio, nice to have you here. Mad Reader DXer, nice to have you on board from the UK. Joseph in San Francisco Bay, California. Nice to have you here. Smart Tech, what could go wrong? It's usually very inelegant solution. The need for massive data centers is a sign of the weakness of their design. If it was really smart, it would be more. Yeah, efficient and not less. Yeah. I mean, at some point, someday it will. But yeah, we're still at the beginning of all of this. Old radios. Last week, I got Shango 066 stream. DXing with his Zenith. Cool. And Doug Noble, nice to have you here. The effect of solar flares on radio is it degrades signals, right? Actually, the way it works is when there's a solar flare, if you're on the sunlit side of the Earth, usually what happens first is that the ionosphere degrades, so signals might completely disappear for half an hour to an hour, and then slowly come back. And the effect is very short. It's within an hour of the solar flare, depending on the type of solar flare. Some are longer, so it could be a little more, but usually after an hour and a half, signals come back. Then there's a second effect that can happen, and it's when the coronal mass ejection, the amount of particles that left that solar flare, if it's Earth directed, and a day, 2 days, 3 days, that cloud of particle will hit the Earth's geomagnetic field, and that causes geomagnetic storms. And that has another effect on shortwave with degrading signals, or sometimes enhancing other types of signals, or changing things around. There's all sorts of weird propagation coming out of geomagnetic storms. So this is usually what happens. So there's somebody now on the 29600. I was just talking. Let's see if we're going to hear him again. On FM mode. It's not something I use often, FM mode on 10 meters. So there was a guy there a few seconds ago. Oh, here we go.
Moment, so are you folk lighting in the mobile? The name here is Conrad in Eureka, Kansas. And I copied your call sign as Whiskey 2, Foxtrot Bravo Romeo, and what is the handle there, over?
So that guy is in Kansas, he said. So he has a really nice signal, and he said he's mobile, so he's probably in his car somewhere, or car or truck. Old Radio says there's a 1950s table model RCA radio at the place where I found the Philco turntable yesterday, but the dial string must be broken, and it has an auxiliary input. Chicopee Radio, not yet. I did not get it yet. I'm suspecting that Canada Post tracking might be that radio, but it's right now it says that it's delayed, and there's no news or nothing about it. Oh, it's delayed. All right. Brian Leisner's having a lot of bad noise today. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you on board. Mike WX50 says the IDX Messenger as the all-stars of radio writing articles. So, Craig Martinetti, when did this start U.S. Eastern Time? 3 p.m. 20 hours. It's always 20 hours UTC. It's 3 p.m. Eastern in the winter time. K9WXX, nice to have you on board. 54 Cal, nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania. What else do we have? There we go. What else do we have? Thank you, Brian Leisner, for the donation on PayPal. And probably Blogger Die also, as he's a regular every week. Thanks, guys, for the donations. Much appreciated. WX50 Messenger shows Glenn Hauser as using a 100-foot east-west long wire antenna. Is there any directivity to a long wire antenna? At 100 feet, it's not very directional. To become directional, it has to be extremely long and become a beverage. Beverage antennas, which are much, much longer than that, do become very, very directional. But at a length of 50 or 100 feet, a wire has very little directional pattern to it. It has to be much longer for that to happen. As Sheldon says, CIDX membership is open to everyone, not just Canadians. JPV 1970, nice to have you here from sunny South Florida. Mike WX50, he's a proud Arkansas member of the CIDX. Like an eye, Red Jill, I'm not outside today, but I have the dog containment fence turned off and a 40-feet wire out window. So ready to connect to any desired radio. Cool. His famous WOW antennas up and running. And 3WER, Ham Radio Elmer, nice to have you on board. And Santa is on 3616. 36 or 3916? Isn't Santa on 3916? Out of curiosity. Bobby Burgess, yes, wish there were more web receivers that do 70 centimeters. Yeah, there's not a lot of them, unfortunately. Kevin, thank you so much for the tip. Much appreciated. Blogger Die got YouTube ad for employment opportunities. My state is hiring prison guards. Hey, a prison guard with a radio. It's funny because I do have at least 4 different friends that are prison guards around me. So it's like, okay. Including one woman. Mike WX50, do all the Kiwi SDRs just go up to 30 megahertz? Yeah, pretty much. Most of them are at 30 megahertz. I don't think Kiwi SDRs actually go higher than, much higher than that. One website that... What was the name of that website? There's one that has online receivers that I haven't gone to a long time ago. Man, what was that website? I completely forgot. I haven't gotten there in such a long time. Global Tuners. Global Tuners is one that has receivers. A lot of the receivers there go up to the VHF, UHF range. So I'll share this Global Tuners website here. So Global Tuners is one of the places where you'll have online receivers that go up to the UHF range. What else do we have? Yeah, most self-driving cars use they use a lot of what they see, because the car itself is not just using GPS. It will use GPS to track, but the majority of what the self-driving car does is actually analyze its environment, the road that it's on, the edges of the road, the cars around it. So it can, in effect, drive itself without a GPS. It might not know without a GPS what road and where it is, but it will be capable without a GPS signal of sorts of still driving, because it is actually looking at the environment around it. What else do we have? So, in fact, even if the GPS is wrong, the self-driving car won't go off-road or won't be bothered by it. It might just not know where it's located. Marvin Mons, nice to have you on board from Beijing. Nice to have you here. Mike WX50, I heard about self-driving cars illegally passing stopped school buses. Yeah, it might... If it's not programmed well, it might not understand that it needs to stop. Joseph says, the other night I was tuning around with my PL680 and MLA30 and tried to do long wave. I realized that moment that PL680 doesn't do long wave on external antenna. No, it probably is using the internal ferrite for it. Yeah. RJ Dakota, 3916 lower sideband Santa. So, Esteban, nice to have you on board from Gran Canaria. Nice to have you here from the Canary Islands. Brian Leisner just joined CIDX. Congratulations. Welcome aboard. That's really cool. Really cool. You'll enjoy your membership, I'm sure. And don't hesitate to join us for our Zoom meetings, our monthly Zoom meetings. So like we were saying, like Plug or Die and everything is the most of the self-driving car is autonomous. It sees its environment. That's why there are tons of cameras and sensors on a self-driving car. It needs to know. It needs, like us humans, it needs to see what's around it. It really needs to see what's around it. So. It has all of these computing devices with all the sensors and the cameras to know where it is on the road. So in fact, if it would be in the middle of nowhere, no internet, no GPS, no nothing, it still continues to drive itself without any problems. It's just that it might, like I said, it might not know suddenly where it is if it loses track. Ray Oxford, nice to have you on board. I was thinking about getting a Ratty Malahide DSP2 SDR radio. Do you have any thoughts on this SDR? Or have you reviewed it? Some say it's good on AM and FM too. Expensive, yes. I've not tried it. The only opinion that I have is the opinion of seeing other people that have one talk about it, which seems to be very positive. The people that have one seem to be happy with it. So if anybody has one, wants to tell our friend here, Ray, if it's worth it and if you like it. But from most of what I've seen in the post, it seems to be a positive experience. James Farley, nice to have you here from New Jersey. Art, welcome aboard K2ADC in New Jersey. Radical Squadron, done enough damage to the airwaves. 45 parks on the air contacts. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Bobby says, tried 2 GD receivers and they do not capture satellites at all. The problem with satellites is the type of antenna that they are using to receive. A lot of them do not have a good antenna to receive anything that has to do with satellites for the most part. You know, even here, when I use my my mobile vertical in the back, it's a vertical. It's not really made for satellites, but if the satellite has a certain angle, it actually receives it surprisingly well. But it's got to be a specific angle for it. When it passes way overhead, that part where it's really above me, that it drops out because the vertical doesn't receive up; it receives around it. So I usually lose that when the pass is really, really good and it's really overhead. The best is really a portable scanner, and you just move around. Or you can use an SDR, but you have some kind of little, VHF, UHF antenna that you can move around. What else do we have? The 10 a year, you mean, Bobby? Not 10 a month, 10 a year. 25 3 years for the... Dawson Love, nice to have you here from Alabama. So Kenneth is happy with his DSP2 radio. So that's great. That's great. Bobby says, I have more monthly subscriptions than yearly ones to get confused so easy. Yeah, it's well worth $10 per year for sure. And it's well worth even the 3 years. It's a bargain. James Farley, I found when I was trying to pick up the SSTV from an ISS, I had to use a portable and just wave my arm all around the place. Yeah. That is probably unless you have a setup made for satellites. The best is a portable that you just move around because you can just by moving the antenna around you kind of can match the pattern of the signal. Bert, WF7I Homebrew, nice to have you on board from Melting Snow, Virginia. I have extended my northeast facing beverage by 100 feet for the winter season. So, pretty cool. Getting some long wave DXing from Europe. Pretty cool. So, Tolston Love says there's 2 or 3 QESDRs that do VHF. Yeah, but I don't think they go up to the UHF part. Basically. Marvin Motz, are satellite antennas illegally polarized? It depends on what you're receiving. They are if you're receiving the weather satellites, for example. But if you're receiving amateur satellites, they're not. Because most of the amateur satellites simply have some kind of very simple antenna, either a directional antenna or some kind of small anyways, matched antenna. So what happens is that the pattern of the polarization, because every signal is polarized in a certain way because of the antenna, it's a question of matching that polarization. So that's why using a portable scanner that you move around is often good. The name I was looking for is a small dipole or small, but the helically polarized satellites are the weather sats. The weather sats are indeed, and if you do have one of those types of antennas, it definitely helps you get an amazingly good signal. Darren Rogers, nice to have you here. KB2AHS from Long Island, New York. Brian Leisner, the first PayPal didn't go through. I pulled an idiot move. All right. Good. It happens to the best of us. Easy Op 4. Nice to have you on board. Brian says, glad I joined CIDX, or I would not have noticed to blown PayPal to the channel. So no problem. It happens. So nice to have hopefully even more subscribers to CIDX. Thanks to this little moment here where I think it's fun to be part of a club, even though today with all the stuff on the internet, people might not be thinking of getting a membership to a club or things like that, and it is relevant, and still it's very, very good, and you have a lot of information in the messenger too, so it's pretty cool. Here we go. Okay, so as we were talking earlier, there's the satellite RS-38S transmitting slow scan TV on 437.825. And there's, of course, that huge sunspot that we will be looking at for sure with what's happening. I want to try, as the propagation shouldn't be too bad right now. If I look at the indices here, K-index, is rather quiet. K is 2 right now. That's not bad. We're going to try the marine. Let's try the marine broadcast from KPH from Point Reyes, California. So KPH, Point Reyes, is at 22,477.5. Let's try that. CW. 22, whoops. Yeah, I'm hearing it not very strong, but it's there. 22,477.5. I do hear it very slightly. Let's try 17,016. I hear it there too, but very weak. The other one is 12,808. .5. I'm not hearing it there. But I do hear, it's weak, but I do hear the two other ones, the two other frequencies. 22477, and 17016.8 are coming in kind of weak over here. So yeah. Well, you know, Joseph, you're not that far, 60 miles from the station transmission. This is more of you being too close to the transmitter site for it to propagate well to you. You're probably in the part of the skip zone, like here, in with CHU on my side. So this propagation itself, let's try 25 here. So I am hearing 25 megahertz WWV. I'm hearing 20. I'm hearing 15. So, and see what's here. 15380, stationed there. WRMI 15770 coming in well. I'm hearing some RTTY on 1597. Let's try the Russian marker number. The Russian marker is around 16330. Look at that. Look at that go. The stuff to follow. It's going too fast. The Iona sound. So I got a lot of noise today, though. I don't know if it has to do with the fact that it's colder. Because look at that. This is very high noise for me here on that range. Crazy. It's crazy the noise I got today. Radical Squadron 12808.5, good where he is. Joseph, yep. If you're too close to a station, what happens, especially the higher you go in frequency. If you get, like, for example, Joseph, what you could try, since you're very close, the KPH frequencies, there's lower frequencies. Like, for example, you could try 6477.5. 6477.5. And that one might actually be pretty good. There's 4247 also. Those might be better for you because you're close to the station. But the higher in frequency you go, when you're really close, like for example here, CHU is 100 miles away. So I'm getting it on 7850. But I'm not going to get it on 14670. I actually never get 14670. Why? Because I'm so close to it at 100 miles that there's that skip zone. So 14670 skips over me. But people further away that are 400, 500, 600, 700 miles, they will receive that because that's where the signal falls down. But in my case, I'll be in the skip zone, so I won't hear 14670. So, for example, for you, the 17 megahertz, the 22 megahertz frequency, you're so close that you probably are in the skip zone. and you're not going to hear them. Brian Leesner has 25 megahertz for WWV. Kennett in Arizona is getting 12808.5. So pretty good. 09. Whoops. Keller 2916 out of North Texas. All radios 15770. Blogger I WWV and 25 megahertz medium signal on PL330. Marvin Motz talking about NFED antennas. Brian Leesner last night, WWCR 4840, which is almost always great, was poor in my location. Yeah, last night I don't remember what I did. Do a little bit of amateur radio last night, and I was not impressed by almost all bands. The signals were mostly stations from North America. I was not impressed. There weren't, I was expecting, for example, maybe 10 meters or 15 meters to have some Japanese or maybe some Pacific stations, and there were pretty much none of them. So it wasn't the best night, I would guess, last night. $15,770 old radios is WRMI in Florida. Joseph, you got Kodar. Yeah, that's yeah. So Sheldon Harvey says 3 sample requests today and 1 new member. Cool. And I hope that those sample requests will become members. I can't see why not. Such a good bulletin. And being part of a club, as having a monthly Zoom, kind of cool. Blogger Die says 14670 is strong there. Yep, because you're much further away than I am. So you're in that zone where the signal falls down. Marvin Moss left 7-meter fishing poles to build antennas. We all use different things. Doesn't know if I hear both CHUs, but not the 3330. Yeah, I hear 3330 is a 24-hour one. Because I'm so close, 100 miles, that I hear the ground wave from 3330. Bert, I really want to do some summits on the air this weekend, but snow and now melting cold, muddy conditions turned me away. Hey, there's always next week. Who knew? Never know, depending on the weather. Mike WX50 has the MLE30 on a PVC pipe in the backyard. That's perfect. Brian Lee's near 3330 is week today. Yeah, 15380. I was hearing that, which is what was 15380? Was it? Is one of those new? Oops, but 14. 15380 is the one of the new frequencies for Radio Marti. So that's what's on 15380. Radio Marti. I'm going to check something here. That's going to give us an idea of propagation. Well, propagation is good. 11885. Voice of 11885 is Voice of Vietnam. I'm hearing it decently well right now. It's supposed to be in English at 2130, I believe. Yeah, it's going to be in English in 20 minutes, so we're going to monitor Voice of Vietnam. This is for Europe, usually. A 25-meter band seems to be pretty good. There's a lot of signals there. 11870, I believe, is Vatican Radio. 11860 is Radio Marti. Brazil coming in well on 11780. Madagascar World Voice 11610 coming in well. Oh, look at that. The HF Financial Trading Station on 11 starts at 11487 up to 11545 ish. Bottom part of the 25-meter band. So that's the financial trading station. Interesting that it's the first time I've seen it in that frequency range, around 11500 ish. Pretty wide band signal with tones there. Toast and Loaf usually at 3330 late nights or mornings. Yeah, when you're further away, 3330 is mostly a nighttime signal. It's like here. It's like here when I want to listen to WWV on 5000 or 2500 kilohertz. It's mostly a night or late night thing, and morning. Blackguard 3330 good in Virginia, but that's with 40-foot antenna. All the radios, yep, Radio Marti on 15380. The Wind NE8RH, nice to have you on board. Blackguard I hear 15380, but weak. Ricky, my indoor random wires along the ceiling are so sketch. I've got one 11 meters long running through my entrance hallway vestibule, and a shorter one going diagonally across the living room. Sounds like what I was doing when I was young, and I had all these wires on the ceiling of where I lived in my parents' apartment. Oh, God. IWX50, the receive side at Point Reyes was selected by none other than Dr. Harold Beveridge. He was looking for a location at the edge of the ocean. Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting. Yeah, it's kind of weird, the sound that it has, the particular sound it does have. Absolutely. Blackguard has 11500, pretty strong, the X286. Bert, how much snow so far in Montreal this season? Not, well, the thing is we had more snow in the last month than average, but a lot of it melted, and now we have had some snow today, so it's white. And actually, I'm going to show you guys what it looks like outside. This is what it looks like right now outside. It's white, but there's not much. That is probably maybe 2 inches maximum. We don't have that much on the ground, but hey, it looks like winter. It definitely looks like winter. So this is out of my window right here at the office. I thought it'd be entertaining for you guys to see what it looks like outside. So I put the other camera in the window to show you the what it looks like. So, and by the way, it's much darker than it looks on that picture. My camera is really getting a lot of light because it's darker than what it looks like. So, and of that snow that you see there, most of it fell this afternoon. Most of it fell this afternoon. Jim Gordon, nice to have you on board from Scotland. And cold weather means DX visits to the local park are curtailed. Yeah, That's not going to be, here it's not going to be a thing either. Easy out 4. Come on, Summer. The weatherman on TV called this amount fun snow. So, oh, let's check that out. Our Radical Squadron sent an e-letter. Matthew Fernal, nice to have you here. Let's see what our friend has sent here. And here we go. Herbert Page. So this is... I took a snapshot of the signal we're listening to for the HF trading signal. It's the KM4RT SDR, online SDR. So yeah, that's a pretty wide band signal there. You can see that. Pretty wide band signal. Here I detected starting at about 11,487, and to not hear the tone at all, around 11,560 is where I stop hearing the tone. And I'd say about 11,484 is where I stop hearing the tone at the bottom part of it. So pretty crazy. Pretty crazy that signal. So let's go back to 11,885, where we should get in a little more than 10 minutes English language from Vietnam. Marvin Motz, I love that view out the window. Please do that every time. I am homesick for Northwest New York. No problems. From time to time, I will. I'll have my camera always on the window. I think I'm gonna leave it like that. It's perfect in that way. And when I want to show the weather, Medical Squadron sounds like trumpets. Esteban says, I get Radio Marti at Canarias. It seems that the angle transmission mask in the left limit is in line with Canarias. At night, you can listen to it better. So, yep. Well, you know, they're broadcasting away from me here in Montreal. Technically, they're broadcasting towards the south. And I am hearing... them extremely well here, sometimes even overloading the radio. I'm gonna check something here on 6,000. Yeah, it's very weak, but I'm hearing Radio Romania 6,030 kilohertz in French on my ICOM on the GA490 loop, magnetic loop outdoors. Bert 11484 to 11544, hearing it quite loud. And trust in hearing Canada, only 25 months to spring. Oh, good. Yeah, good morning, Vietnam, Kevin. Joseph, I'm getting the trading signal here on the Central California coast, 11,500. How strong is it on the California coast, Joseph? Compared, say, to here on the east? James de Calais, do you unplug the antenna of your SDR when you transmit? No, because they are far enough apart. So when my transmit antenna, the end fed, is in the backyard, and my receive antenna, the magnetic loop, is in the front balcony, which gives it, I don't know, more than 50 feet distance. I don't know exactly. If I look at the wire I'm using, it's probably 60 or 70 feet distance between both. So even though the antenna and the radio desensitized because the signal is very strong, I don't need to unplug anything when I'm transmitting because it's the distance is good enough. I won't blow the radios. What I'm more scared of is blowing one of my portables someday because I didn't think about it. And what I mean by that is that the end fed arrives all the way up to my balcony here on the 3rd floor. So if I have a radio on the balcony in the backyard, say on my barbecue, it is in fact about 3 feet-ish, not really more than 2 to 3 feet from the end fed antenna. So because I use a lot of my portables in the backyard and on the balcony, it happened a few times that I had some close calls. One of them particularly, which I would have been sad, is with my Texan S2200X, which was outside at 2 feet distance, the telescopic fully extended, and I was listening to Shortwave on it. And I think I was listening, actually what happened is I was listening to a ham station on 20 meters, and I thought, oh, this is a cool station to contact. So I thought, I'm going to go back in the house and contact the station. Thank God, halfway through the distance, I thought, oh shit, I got to take the radio out. It's too close. I'm going to blow the radio. I'm going to blow the radio. So I actually was lucky because I thought about it, but that happened maybe 2 or 3 times. So I'm telling myself sometimes that someday I will forget, and I'll probably blow the input of one of my portables because of that. So I try to do something. I even thought of putting like a post-it on the top of my Yaesu that in big letters is printed, make sure no radios near the antenna, so that I could read it and be like, oh shit, yeah, I will need to go and check it out. But that is the biggest danger here, is that I might forget a radio not far from the antenna itself. We have Joseph Fitzgerald. Nice to have you on board from Boston. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Where are we? Joseph is getting the trading channel around 11500 about S5 at its strongest. It's kind of interesting that it's making it's pretty strong because it's making it across all of North America. It's weaker where you are, but it's still there. Very interesting. Blogger Dice, something on 5980, maybe Turkey, Middle Eastern music. 5980, I do believe 5980 at this time is Voice of Turkey until 2200 UT. Yep. In Turkish. So it's Voice of Turkey that you are hearing, definitely. And propagation is changing as we are getting closer to winter. This a month ago was much stronger on Vietnam for me, but it's still there. It's still decent. It's still decent. Yeah, Voice of Vietnam 11885. I still miss the relays they had when we had WHRI. I wonder what happened with WHRI, the land and all of that. If somebody purchased it and destroyed everything, or... So, yeah. What else do we have? WF7I Umbrew is hearing something on 11396, which is definitely it's New York air traffic control that you're hearing on 11396, Bert. That's New York radio, New York air traffic control station for the North Atlantic Ocean. It's one of the main frequencies I often hear in the 25-meter band for air traffic control. Brian Leisner settled for the K480 WLA, a lot more expensive, but working very well. So, yeah, and it's a wideband antenna and comes with different connections, so it's pretty cool. Glenn Hauser on 9395 on WRMI. Let's check it out. That's what we were hearing last week. Yep, definitely Glenn Hauser, very distinct voice. So, what else do we have? Joseph, well, independence and solitude is pretty much all I want. I think my brain might be derived from a cat's. It's possible. It's possible. But I find that a lot of us are, in the hobby, are a little solitary in our own way. I remember when the pandemic hit and people... and the people just, were like, oh man, I miss, going out and meeting family, friends, and all of that. And people are asking me, you must miss going out and meeting friends. And I'm like, nope, I'm fine. I got no problem. I mean, I love meeting my friends and family and stuff, but it's like, nope, it's not a need that's that great. I'm okay being alone with my own little things. And I think it's a lot of us in the radio hobby are wired in that way. We're happy being alone with our little stuff and our radios and just, doing our own little thing. Basiosha, thanks for streaming. The hell's going on in here? It's radio. Radio. Paul Richardson, 7.0 earthquake in Yukon. Wow, that's a strong one. Is it close to the Pacific Ocean? Maybe tsunami warnings gonna go up. Shannon Harvey, second new member, just received 3-year. Yes. Yes, that's great. Bill Penna, good afternoon. Nice to have you here from Pennsylvania. The beer today is a Labatt Bleu, or Labatt Blue Dry, which is a local thing here. So here's Vietnam, 11885, starting its English language broadcast. No relays, nothing. This signal comes from Vietnam. It's actually slowly fading as the changing propagation because of the gray line moving away, but it's not bad. Mike P, nice to have you here. Getting something on 11932. Well, you should be getting 11930 in Spanish, which is Radio Marti out of North Carolina. SP Flowers 10,000. Nice to have you here. Says, I am in South Bend, Indiana. I just have a MLA30 loop hooked up to the RTL as the RV4. Like watching your live streams live so I can see how my poor man's setup works compared to the real setup. That's a great setup you got there. It's not a poor man's setup. It's actually a great setup. It's much more a question of how much noise you got around you and things like that. But you got a great setup there. And well, thanks for being here and letting us know you're here, which is pretty cool. Brian Leesner, I never missed a thing switching to work from home. Love it, and still lucky enough to oops. Got to here we go. What else do we have? WF So Niombro, knowing of you for a few years now, I get the impression that you're more than content with being alone, but also have a social life if you want it. Seems like a nice balance. I am a party animal, social guy when I want to, when I feel like it. I got a lot of people that, go out at karaoke nights and stuff, and I mean, in that part is I'm the kind of guy that when I go out with a bunch of people, everybody like, oh, we want Jill to be part of this all the time because it's cool. And so, yeah, I think the balance is great. I have that ability of being, at social events when I want to. And everybody's always happy to see me, and it's always a lot of fun. And I'm very social. I mean, in an event where there's a lot of people, I'm there. I mean, people just, that always. One of my friends that has a karaoke bar, not far from here, once told me, he says, it's funny. He says, when I mention your name on Facebook that you're here at the bar, tons of people show up just because you're here. And I was like, yeah, I know. It's there's an attraction because I'm having fun and I want people to have fun too. But I also have I like to be alone and do my stuff, and I am never there. My need to go out and have fun and everything is there, but it's never, I don't have that when I'm alone doing my own little thing. I don't have that, oh, well, it feels like it'd be fun to go out tonight. No. If I'm alone with my stuff, I'm alone with my stuff. It's a decision I take that, tomorrow night we're going to do something. Like this week, probably going to go out for a karaoke night on Tuesday. But that's already decided in advance that, I'm going to have my social moment on Tuesday night. But I think that balance is perfect for me. It's exactly, it's healthy. It makes me meet people, do stuff, and at the same time, the only problem that it will actually cause is more of some of those people are very social and are always very social and always want to have people around. I see the only tension that it causes is that there are people in those groups that do not understand that when I say I'm going to be alone doing my stuff, I want to be alone to do my stuff. So a lot of those people are like, what do you mean you're alone listening to the radio at home? That's weird. No, that's not. That's perfect. That's exactly what I want. I don't want anyone else around me. You know, it's like, don't call me up and say, hey, I'm going to come over. No. I'm alone. I want to be alone with my stuff. Do my stuff and no one around. I'm happy that way too. So, yeah, I guess that's what you could call it, Bert. The balance is perfect. SB Flowers 11885, not receiving anything at 11:30 something in his booming end. Sounds like Spanish. 11930 is Radio Marti from North Carolina. SB Flowers 11885. I'm not surprised you might not be hearing much. It's not very strong here, and it's actually fading from Vietnam. So it's not surprising. Brian Leesner 11885. Whoops, I'm gonna go here. Nothing but noise today. Two different antennas. Like, for example, 11885, if I tune it on my magnetic loop, go here on the icon. It's barely audible. Barely audible. I hear it, but it's not strong compared to the end-fed antenna. This is where I see that my end-fed antenna above 10 megahertz blows away the magnetic loop. It was like that with the MLA30 also. Yeah, I was wondering, Brian Leesner. I was like, it can't be White FM. What he's trying. I was not decoding what that meant. Like, oh, work from home. Don Royal not receiving 11885. Yeah, it might be because this comes over to Paul, so it might be better up here than it is as you guys go further south. Jim Gordon, I have a QSL letter from Voice of Vietnam. Was in a little. It was a little folder, and there's long-term out of band frequency. Oh yeah, I remember when Vietnam. What they had like 1501, like 12 or 10. They had like 12020, and they had all of those weird out of band frequencies. I remember. Don Royal receiving 11930 weak signal. Brian Leesner 11930 Mario Marti S9 on the SDR. And the PL990X. J Dakota barely hearing 11885. If he goes far enough out of the yard. Radical Squadron, each person here have their own version of fun. I love talking on the radio and play with my cats. Exactly. Well, that's the way it is, and that's the way everybody should, should understand that we are all different, and we do it the way we want. That's it, I mean, I'm the guy in front of the camera here and entertaining you guys. I'm sure a lot of you guys would not see yourself in front of the camera. You'd rather be that person there, somewhere on the internet that's watching, and there's a lot of people that don't even use the chat, or not even will be on the chat, for a simple reason. They just want to be that person watching, having fun, probably having fun reading what you guys are saying also, but they don't want to interact. They just want to be in that, their little space, watching the interaction and watching what's happening. And that's the way they like it, and that is absolutely fine. It brings me back to amateur radio, when I have a lot of people telling me, well, I don't see myself getting my hand license because I'm not very social. And I'm like, I'm kind of shy, and talking to someone I don't know on the radio waves isn't something that, appeals to me. Yeah, I get it. I totally get it. But that's where other stuff happens, and that's why, in part, I think FT8 is so popular. People that just don't want to talk, don't want to do nothing, but they still would like to make contacts and have their signal go around the world. Well, you know what? FT8 is perfect for that person. It's like, look, I'm doing AM radio, I'm making contacts all over the world, but I don't have to have a conversation. A lot of people that, because FT8, of course, it's used a lot for its weak signal capability. But it's used a lot because of that too. And I think a lot of hams that poo-poo FT8 don't understand that, yeah, you might be comfortable having a 1 hour conversation with a stranger. Not everybody is. I'm social, but I don't do it enough. So I actually, you guys are going to laugh. I am a little radio shy when a conversation starts. And an example of that, I was telling you I was listening to FM signals on 10 meters today. I was doing that yesterday also in the morning, and a guy from Switzerland came up and called CQ. So I called back because I wanted to talk to him and see if my signal was reaching Switzerland on 10 meters FM. And it was. Now, what surprised me is that I thought this is going to be a quick exchange of, well, you're 5'9", I'm 5'9", and well, have a nice day. No, the guy starts talking about Switzerland and asking questions about Canada, and then I go back and forth. I ended up talking for 40 minutes with the guy, which was not something that, I'm used to because it doesn't happen very often. It was a lot of fun, but it was also I was not in my comfort zone. I was a little outside of it because we're okay. I'm having a conversation with somebody that I don't know from Switzerland. And so if I'm a little uncomfortable with that, I imagine somebody that is not very social, he doesn't want to have a conversation for 40 minutes with a stranger. And I totally understand that. And, that's where I think there was this group this week on Facebook that talked about FT8. Somebody mentioned FT8. It's not an FT8 group. It's an amateur radio general group. When I started seeing all the comments of people with like their own perception of what FT8 is and how it shouldn't be and how it's killing amateur radio and all, it's like the first thing I thought was, okay, I'm going to get out of this group. I can't let people do what they want to do. Stop ranting and shut the F up. Okay? If somebody does FT8, it's his business and none of yours. And if you think it's killing amateur radio, it's not. It's actually saving amateur radio. Yeah, it might not be something you like. But hey, you know what? That's life. And life means there's a lot of other things on amateur radio. Do what you want to do, but shut up when it comes to FT8 and you don't like it. That's all I got to say. Amateur radio has different aspects to it, and that's the way it is. And that's the way it should be. So, every time I see that, it's like, oh, please. D. Scott Nathan, nice to have you here. And yes, absolutely, there's a big difference between alone and lonely. Definitely. That is a big difference. My WX50, I have a lot of alone time, which I enjoy, but I have a lovely lady friend who spurs me and gets out to get out and go hiking and avalanche, and yeah, that's cool. Old radios likes his solitude, and that's fine. I think a lot of us in the radio hobby like our solitude, like our own little thing. We just wanna do what we want to do. Well, thank God nothing happened. I was about to lose the keyboard, and to grab it, my fingers pressed like 6 different keys, And I was like, oh God, this is going to end the stream or something. I saw something flashing on the screen and it's like, okay, it seems like the damage is minimal. Nothing happened. Ricky 11885 just fair at V6ARS SDR south of Calgary. Not great on V6JY's SDR near Edmonton. Yeah, maybe we're close. Maybe I am. Like right now, it's fading down really a lot. But I might have been maybe closer on the gray line aspect of the signal. But it's fading now. Jose, I'm social, but I like a lot of space in between people. James de Calais. L'enfer, c'est les autres. Which is, in English means the hell is the other people. Joseph, just kidding. I'm actually very affectionate and I like... Whoops. I'm just going to go back here. And I like being around people, but I get the need for a lot of space. Yeah, same here. Same here. Yes, you know, I like a lot of me time, doing my stuff, no one around. It actually was more. It created some little tense moments with some of my best friends when I was younger, because I remember we all had a Commodore 64 computer, so we would share stuff, play with games and stuff. So we would go at each other's place, and you know, we would copy games, we would do stuff on the computer. And two of my friends in particular, we're still today the best friends ever. But back in the day, they had a hard time understanding that, you know, if we were to meet up for something, I was like, you know what, I'm going to take it easy today and do my stuff. And it was somehow difficult for them to understand that I didn't want to meet up with them to do computer stuff. And the reason was simple. I was in a mood of, I want to be alone doing my stuff today. I don't want to have people around me. I like you guys. It's not because I don't like you guys. I just don't want you guys around today. And it has nothing, it's not personal. It has something to do with me needing my own little space. And some people have a hard time understanding that. I've had people over time that stopped, you know, kind of being friends simply because it's like, well, you know, when he decides that he doesn't want to be with someone, he kind of tells you, yeah, I will tell you. I will tell you that today you stay at your place and I'll be at home alone. I will tell you. But don't take it personal. I like you. It's just that today I don't want you around. That's all. And some people don't understand that. And it's like, well, I'm sorry if that's the way it is, you know. Mike B, 11930 on the PL330 and 20 feet wire, Southwest Colorado. RJ Dakota, yeah, 10040. Now remember that frequency, 10040. Yeah. Darren Rogers, very strong signal, S9 plus 20 on my estimator, 11860 in Spanish. Yeah, Radio Marti from North Carolina transmitter site in Greenville. Easy on 4 would break the camera. Brian Leesner, I have a big demo for my new code next week, and I am not looking forward to it. Yeah, well, there's also a difference, I think. I think most of us don't like to be... I've overcome something here. So I've overcome the being in front of people talking is not something that I'm afraid of anymore. And a lot of it has to do with this, and a lot of it has to do with singing karaoke in front of people. These two things rewired my brain that when I'm in front of a group, if it's something that I'm not used to, I will be a little nervous, but I won't be nervous like I was when I was in high school and I had to talk in front of the class where I was literally shitting in my pants. And the first, I told you guys, the first live show I've ever done on this channel. First ever. I was shitting my pants. I was like super nervous. Like, wow, when I turn on this camera, people are going to see me and I'm going to have to do something and I might look like an idiot or something. I was very nervous the first live stream. It's like everything. When you're in front of a group, you talk. When it goes well, first 5 minutes, you're super nervous, but it kind of tension goes down. That was my first live shows. My first live shows where I was nervous. It was like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna do something in front of people. I'm gonna watch me over the internet. It's not like today. Today I just flick on the camera. It's like, hey, how are you? That changes, I guess, with provoking and doing it all the time, which is I guess different. But then again, it's not always the case. I've seen artists say that they've done, 10,000 concerts. And when they get on stage, they are still as nervous as they were the first time. And say that they can't overcome that nervousness. Which for me is strange because I'm like, well, that's weird. I would guess that first time I sang a song at karaoke, oh God. I wanted to die. It's like, when they called my name, I was like, oh God, why did I put that paper up and go sing something? It's horrible. And I was with, my family. And, but today it's like, so somebody told me once, he says, today they call you up to go sing. And it's like you're going in your living room or something. It's like we don't even see you're nervous. It's like, no, I'm not. I might be sometimes in a song that I'm not sure, or if I try a new song I've never done before, I might be a little nervous. But then again, I'm more into the mode of, well, if it's bad, it's bad. That's it. I'm sorry. I guess it's something that for me is, become normal and natural. Madrio the Xer says, I respect and understand those that don't want to be in the chat. Oh, absolutely. And they are as welcome as everybody else. They are as welcome as anybody else. And it's fine that you're staying in the background. I get these emails from time to time from somebody that says, well, I just wanted to say that I'm watching every Saturday, but I'm not in the chat. I'm not anywhere. I just enjoy looking at what's happening, and that's it. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, Mike Freight, Radical Squadron. Brian Penny, nice to have you here from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Mike B, 11885, not making it to Southwest Colorado. Andrew DXer says, I prefer FTA to talking most of the time. I am not in the mood for a chat, being introverted. Yeah, and I think a lot of amateur radio operators are not in the mood for that. UBDHP5X, what is FT8? FT8 is a digital mode on amateur radio where it's basically, your computer and the other AM radio operator computer making a contact. You set up the software and you make contacts using that mode, which is very quick mode. FT8 is, complete cycle is very quick. And it also is a very good mode for weak signals. So it also has that advantage that if your station is not very good, you have a lot of noise, you still might be able to make amateur radio contacts, DX contacts, really good contacts, still, even if your station is not that great. So that also makes it popular for that, especially in the world today with a lot of noise. But it's really, it's basically, two computers talking to each other, but you have control of it, and you make contacts with different amateur stations with that. It's a digital mode. What else do we have? Matter of fact, if it wasn't for FT8, I would not have bothered getting my ham radio license, and I'm sure there's a lot of people that are like that. RJ Dakota says, it is your world, and it's a big one. Listen to what you like. Shortwave is a multifaceted hobby. Absolutely. Absolutely. In a few minutes, if you guys want to try it, there's a Morse code number station from Russia, M12, on 6897. So 6897 CW for the M12 Morse code station. So I'm going to go here, 6.897, put myself in CW. See if I hear anything. I'm going to try it here, even though I'm pretty sure here is not going to be great. So still hearing Vietnam with some music, 11885. So 6897. With the noise I got here, oh God. Forget it. It's not going to come here. So if we hear it, 6897. We'll see if I hear it on one of my radios. Okay. Take care, Craig Martinetti. Nice to have you on board as usual. P5X to decode FT8, you have apps on devices like iPhones and iPads if you search for FT8. And on PC, what I used here on my computer is a Windows computer is WSJTX, which is a software that decodes FT8. Esteban, people that can be alone surrounded by people can feel accompanied when being alone. Yeah. Jim Gordon, Vietnam is in English, coming in strong just now on 9730 in Scotland. In the past, this frequency had severe co-channel QRM from CGTN. I've tried many times. 9730 is no good here usually. I guess it's too late now. I haven't seen your post early enough. But I've tried it a few times and it was never really very good here. 11885 is definitely always better. But it's weird how worked up hams can get about FT8 DAT in contesting instead of just saying everyone has their own interest. Yeah, and especially, you know, saying, look, it's good. There's people on amateur radio bands. Whatever they're doing, whatever mode they're doing, it doesn't matter. We've got people on the amateur bands, and that's what we want and need. Justin, can you use FT8 to chat via text, or is it just logged the contacts? It's mostly logged contacts. You can send a short text if you want. I had somebody once that knew who I was make a contact and then add as another signal in return, thank you, Gilles. But it has to be short, like less than 16 characters or something. It's really just a mode where it's signal report, your frequency offset, the call sign, your call sign, the station's call sign, and that's pretty much it, you know. I think I'm hearing it a little bit, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Is it my imagination? Yeah, Grid Tracker is nice because you have a map which shows you also all the contacts you're making, where they are. Grid Tracker is a cool piece of software for that too. Bill Penna likes to be around other people when the bands are dead. Brian Leesner, I love my solitary coding time, and the work from home thing is perfect for that. Yeah. Old radios, there's all sorts of guys complaining about everything on amateur radio. It's like at some point you're like, just, oh, please. And Jeff, nice to have you here, says 147.36 Echolink, getting Florida and Kansas here in New Jersey. Last week got Mexico and Germany. Pretty cool. I made a contact once, a couple of times with Echolink, with a couple of hams that wanted to talk to me. They activated all the Echolink stuff, which I don't totally get because I've never looked at it seriously. But K9WXX loves karaoke. Yeah, it's fun. Luis Perez, XC6NU, nice to have you on board. Listen to some active military net on 69818.5 kilohertz. Cool. And Jeff always wanted to sing Blame It on the Bossa Nova in front of 200 people. Oh, really? The XTC, the lead singer of XTC stopped because he just couldn't? Wow, that's interesting. You know, I always thought, well, you know, you must get used to it at some point, but it seems some don't. So I think I'm hearing it, but the next one will be 7795 in 17 minutes. We'll try that one in 17 minutes. 7795. Kamikaze 76, nice to have you here from West Michigan. And just took in a stray cat, and it's a Maine Coon Tabby hybrid. Seems like a sweet cat so far. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. That is one thing that my Paul the cat doesn't like. Belly rubs. Don't go there. You're going to get bitten. Fred Waterer, nice to have you on board. Glenn Hall, Hall of Fame goalie, played 500 straight games. He threw up before everyone from nerves. And that's interesting. That's interesting. That would be 6896 upper sideband. Blagardai. Or 6898 lower sideband if you want to try it. Brian Leesner, FT8RX on Android. The code's audio. It's cool. Pretty cool. Older radio speaking on 7200. Yeah, there's always stuff there. Tough enough, I don't use it, but FT8 makes a good beacon for band conditions. Definitely. You want to know if a band's open, just go on the FT8 frequency. And if you want to know how a band is open, just decode the FT8 and see who's on. And gives you a great picture of how propagation's all about. John Beckham, nice to have you here from Northeast Florida. Kenneth's got 12808.5. Sending high seas weather report. Yep, they do that. So right now it's high seas weather report. Pretty cool. Sheila in Belleville, Ontario. Nice to have you on board. Fred Water. Look at Jill spin around his command center. Brian Leesner, tuned to 6897 noise. Hope the signal rises above it. So, what else? 6898, lower sideband M12 making the trip. Don't hear it on my SDR, P5X. James Calais M12 very strong in Calais, north of France. Yeah, the M12 more scout stations at this time are directed towards Europe. So it's probably for some embassy in Europe. So you guys in Europe should hear it really well. Mike WX50 here is 6897 in a Kiwi SDR in Vermont. Namasan says you hear it in the U20 Netherlands SDR. Yep. Redwater for a medium that's supposedly dead. China sure makes a lot of receivers and jumps a lot of frequencies. Yeah, that's what we always say, me and Sheldon. David in Barcelona, Spain, welcome aboard, my friend. EA3IEK 4998URE. Tosanov, I hear some VFO swishes on 6897, but no signal. Jim Gordon, tonight's drink is a Guinness and a wee dram of whiskey to keep warm. Well, at least that's my excuse. Great excuse. I actually have some gin and some vodka in the freezer I received this week. What else do we have? Joseph 6988. Upper Sideband, some kind of amateur radio military contest event. You might be getting some Mars military stuff on that frequency. Because that is a frequency range where often you have some Mars military nets going on. Kenneth says, I was asked not to sing at karaoke. Oh, God. The worst thing that I said to someone without thinking about it is when somebody said, you know, I sing so bad, I wish I could sing like you. And I said, oh, I was like you before. And it's like, what was... I went to my table with my drink and I was like, what was that comment? I could have said it in a much better way. Now all I said is, oh, I used to sing bad like you, but now I'm singing better, so there's hope. Oops. And, you know, sometimes it just blurts out and you don't think about what you're just gonna say. Oh, God. Tosanov, I don't think I've ever been physically sick, but plenty of nervousness in crowds. Ricky, my best friend's dog, sometimes demands belly rubs from me. She'll roll over onto her back, retract her paws out of the way, and look at me like to say, where are you waiting? What are you waiting for? I like that. Dogs are so cute. JJO Extra says, rainy here in the Netherlands. Nice to have you here. Fred Water, I don't sing in public since the restraining order. Oh, this is so good. So in 10 minutes, 7795. So let's tune it. 7795. CW mode. God, I got a lot of noise there. Look at that. I gotta put the level at minus 18, minus 20 dB to have a decent waterfall. This is so sad. So 7795, I would guess this peak here is CHU on 7850. 7795 here. 795. in 10 minutes. So we're going to check that out. This is another M12 Morse code spy number station out of Moscow, Russia. Or actually, it's broadcast from close to St. Petersburg, from what I see. Like WX50, I think I sang Brandy, You're a Fine Girl at karaoke. I'm glad no video exists of this event. I think a lot of people do not want to have any videos of what they have sung. If you search, it's not very difficult to find. I probably have at least a dozen karaoke performances on YouTube. There was this guy in the UK that used to, because the karaoke bar I go to here has a live stream. You can watch people sing. And I've had a few, one guy in the UK actually a few times spotted me singing, made videos and posted them on his personal YouTube channel. So I've got quite a few performances on YouTube if you search for him. So if you like what I do, don't forget you can help out with a super chat donation. Much appreciated. Really helps a lot in having new equipment, all sorts of things. There's also the pizza fund, which last week turned out to be a Chinese food fund, and tonight probably will be a pizza fund, and cat treats. And so through PayPal, if you want to give a little something, it is much appreciated. And by the way, I didn't say it earlier when we talked about the donations, but you will be, everybody that donates will be in the drawing for 2 Canadian International DX Club memberships when Santa is around. And I was looking at the dates, and I think the best thing is that Santa will show up on December 27th, because it's the closest date to Christmas on the 25th. So I thought, and in between New Year's and Christmas, so I thought Santa on the 27th, you know, he will have delivered all of his presents. So I think he's going to be more relaxed. So on the 27th of December, Santa's going to be here. And in addition to the Canadian International DX Club 2 memberships, there will be a surprise box, which will be a surprise, but it's going to be a goodie box. I think you guys, whoever wins it, are going to be a happy camper. Okay? So, thanks for your donations, everybody. It really helps a lot. Helped me buy a new magnetic loop. A new DP666 radio's coming because of your donations. New camera this year. New all sorts of new things. A new PC to, you know, make sure that I keep up with the technology required for all of this. So, this is much appreciated. Thank you so much for what you do and for your donations, guys. And if you like what I do, I'm here every Saturday. We talk radio, have a lot of fun, make videos. Think about it. And thanks so much. Blog or Die. My life, my love, and my lady is the radio. Oh, God. Thank you, Tubrok Tim, for the donation. It is much appreciated. And hope you're still having fun with your SDR. Bill Penna, have you attempted to decode Navtex from Chesapeake, Virginia recently? I'm getting a good signal, but it won't decode. Other Navtex stations are fine. I haven't tried that one particularly. I've decoded some Navtex from the Canadian Coast Guard, stuff like that. One from Boston. But maybe I'm going to check it out. Maybe their signal's warped. You know, their audio on their transmissions has been really bad, honestly. I don't know if they're on right now, but let's try 8764. They're not on right now. I don't remember what 1389.
Less than
Yeah.
10 knots. Increase
13089.
15 knots after midnight.
There's distortion in the audio. Iron Mike has a cold.
Less than 10 knots. Seas 3 to 5 feet. Tuesday night.
So that is, so I don't know, maybe they have some flaw in their, I'm going to check it out. I'm going to check some of the schedules and see if I can decode stuff.
Seas 3 to 5 feet. Wednesday night. East winds 10 to 15.
Bird says cats are weird about bellies usually. We have one we trained from young kitten. She's okay with it if we're holding her with her belly towards the sky. Paul the cat is the nicest cat around, but if you touch the belly, forget it. You are going to see he's not always a nice cat. Blogger Die says St. Petersburg is a beautiful city. I would actually love to go and visit Russia, honestly, at some point. I would like to do that Trans-Siberian train thing. That must be so amazingly wonderful.
East winds 10 to 15 knots. Seas 6 to 7.
Yep, Radio Call Squadron, definitely.
Wednesday night.
Definitely, they trust you.
Winds 10 to 15 knots.
Hey, Kenneth, thank you so much for the PayPal gift. You're much appreciated.
Winds 10 to
I love you. All I can say, I love you.
southeast winds 10 to 15 knots.
Toslov, yesterday was Krampus Day. Okay.
Tuesday. Southeast
Toslov heard a beep on 6896 upper sideband.
7 feet.
Toslov 13089, pretty strong with a robot voice. Yeah, it's it's computerized.
Wednesday. East winds 10 to 20 knots.
Kenneth says somebody stole the RAM from the Coast Guard AI computer. Oh, God.
To 20 knots.
So let's go to 7795
Thursday. East winds 10 to
CW and see if we hear Morse code, because the Russian spies are watching this to make sure. Like I forgot the title, but there's a good travel book about the Trans-Siberian Railroad. Mike WX50, I watched the movie Trans-Siberian, but it wasn't really about a pleasure trip. For some reason, that reminds me of a Seinfeld episode with Rochelle, an erotic journey from Milan to Minsk. What else do we have? RJ Dakota, my cat Zoomer loves belly rubs and plays with me while I do that. New Kitten Bebop likes to be played with and loves belly rubs. Kenneth says, I would like to ride on the Trans-Siberian Railroad along as it does not stop at the Gulag. Hey, here you are in Siberia, and this is your new home, by the way. So enjoy. Oh, God. Yeah, I'm hearing it very weak, but I'm hearing it. But it is very weak. I gotta say. It is very weak. I will be taking a break for a second. I will go and do my regular checking up duties on my caregiving. And to make sure that you guys have a good time, I'm going to have the soothing sounds of Iron Mike of the U.S. Coast Guard.
This will lead to fresh to strong northwest
So
winds.
see you in a couple of minutes.
Seas in the wake of the front. Gale force northwest to north winds are expected off Santa Cruz Monday evening. Winds and seas will diminish Tuesday into Wednesday as the front stalls across the Yucatan Channel and Straits of Florida, and high pressure settles across the central Gulf. Gulf of America north of 26 north, west of 87 west. Tonight, south winds less than 10 knots. Seas 3 to 4 feet. Sunday, west winds less than 10 knots. Seas 3 to 4 feet. Sunday night, northwest winds 10 to 15 knots, increasing to 15 to 25 knots after midnight. Seas 3 to 4 feet, building to 5 to 7 feet after midnight. Monday, north winds 15 to 25 knots. Seas 6 to 8 feet. Monday night, northeast winds 10 to 20 knots. Seas 6 to 8 feet. Tuesday, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots. Seas 4 to 6 feet. Tuesday night, south winds less than 10 knots. Seas 3 to 5 feet. Wednesday, southwest winds 10 to 15 knots. Seas 3 to 4 feet. Wednesday night, southwest winds less than 10 knots, shifting to south after midnight. Seas 3 to 4 feet. Thursday, southwest winds 10 to 15 knots. Seas 3 to 5 feet. Thursday night, southwest winds 10 to 15 knots. Seas 3 to 5 feet. Gulf of America from 22 north to 26 north, west of 87 west. Tonight, south winds less than 10 knots. Seas 3 feet. Sunday, southwest winds less than 10 knots. Seas 3 feet. Sunday night, northwest winds less than 10 knots, increasing to 10 to 20 knots after midnight. Seas 3 to 5 feet. Monday, north winds 15 to 25 knots. Seas 5 to 7 feet. Monday night, north winds 10 to 20 knots. Seas 6 to 8 feet. Tuesday, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots, diminishing to less than 10 knots in the afternoon. Seas 5 to 7 feet. Tuesday night, east winds less than 10 knots. Seas 4 to 6 feet. Wednesday, southeast winds less than 10 knots. Seas 3 to 5 feet. Wednesday night, southeast winds less than 10 knots, increasing to 10 to 15 knots after midnight. Seas 3 to 4 feet. Thursday, south winds 10 to 15 knots. Seas 3 to 4 feet. Thursday night, south winds 10 to 15 knots. Seas 3 to 4 feet. Southwest Gulf of America south of 22 north, west of 87 west. Gale conditions possible Monday night. Tonight, southeast winds less than 10 knots. Seas 3 to 4 feet. Sunday, southeast winds less than 10 knots. Seas 3 feet. Sunday night, within 60 nautical miles of coast of Veracruz, northeast winds less than 10 knots, shifting to north after midnight. Elsewhere, northeast winds less than 10 knots. Seas 2 feet or less. Monday, north winds 15 to 25 knots, within 60
Polycat is in the
nautical
house.
miles of coast of Veracruz, and north 10 to 20 knots elsewhere. Seas 4 to 6 feet. Monday night, north winds 15 to 25 knots, except 30 to 35 knots within 90 nautical miles of Veracruz. Seas 5 to 9 feet. Tuesday, North winds 10 to 20 knots. Seas 6 to 8 feet. Tuesday night. Northeast winds 10 to 15 knots, diminishing to less than 10 knots after midnight. Seas 5 to 7 feet. Wednesday. East winds less than 10 knots. Seas 3 to 5 feet. Wednesday night. East winds less than 10 knots. Seas 3 to 4 feet. Thursday. Southeast winds less than 10 knots. Seas 3 to 4 feet. Thursday night. Southeast winds less than 10 knots. Seas 3 feet. Gulf of America east of 87 west. Tonight. South winds less than 10 knots. Seas 3 to 4 feet. Sunday. South winds less than 10 knots. Seas 3 to 4 feet. Tuesday night. Southwest winds less than 10 knots. Seas 3 feet. Monday. Northwest winds 10 to 20 knots. Seas 3 to 5 feet. Monday night. North winds 10 to 20 knots. Seas 3 to 5 feet. Tuesday. Northeast winds 10 to 15 knots. Seas 4 to 6 feet. Tuesday night. Northeast winds 10 to 15 knots, diminishing to less than 10 knots after midnight. Seas 4 to 6 feet. Wednesday. North winds less than 10 knots. Seas 3 to 5 feet. Wednesday night. Northeast winds less than 10 knots. Seas 3 to 4 feet. Thursday. Southeast winds less than 10 knots. Seas 2 feet or less. Thursday night. South winds 10 knots. Seas 3 feet. Expires no. 789,847 ABND 20 KNHD 302304 TWL AT. Tropical Weather Outlook, National Weather Service, National Hurricane Center, Miami, Florida, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, November 30, 2025. For the North Atlantic, Caribbean Sea and the Gulf of America, tropical cyclone formation is not expected during the next 7 days. This is the last regularly scheduled tropical weather outlook of the 2025 Atlantic hurricane season. Routine issuance of the tropical weather.
And so this was Iron Mike taking over the place for a few seconds. And hope you guys enjoyed that little moment where Paul the cat showed up. Paul the cat. And we're going to check that out for pirates and stuff. Let's check out the emails. So in 10 minutes, another CW Morse code, by the way, that we'll be trying. So get ready for that. Frequency will be 8187 CW. 8187 CW. So we'll see what that looks like. And for the rest, thank you all for the donations, by the way. Thank you, Francis, for the donation. Kenneth for the donation. Brian Leisner for the donation. Winston Garcia for the donation. Kevin Davidson. And Katrin Tedesco for the donation, which was given yesterday. So thank you so much, everybody, for your generous donations. Much appreciated, and helps keep all of this working. And thank you all. Much appreciated. So 8187 CW in 10 minutes. In terms of emails, just to make sure we don't miss out on anybody, I have to put this into a... and by the way, we will have mesh network information on the YouTube channel. Jasmine has been sharing with me the comms channel mesh core videos and a ham presentation. So I will actually share those in a YouTube video so that we understand better, and I'll be looking at those videos too so we can understand better what all of that is, because it's very mysterious to me, and I'm sure for a lot of you guys, and it could be very interesting. I mean, it is radio related and it's kind of cool, so this is nice. Talking about Pirates 6960, let's just go down to 6960 here. 6.696. And yes, pretty good pirate. 6960. It's unID'd, so we don't know which one it is right now. First log is at 22:27, so only 5 minutes ago. So it's not super strong, but it's there. 6960 upper sideband with music. A pirate station is there, unID'd right now, if you guys want to try that. Blog or die, here's Morse code on 7794 upper sideband. Mike WX50, welcome to Shea Gulago. God. Black and I visited Ukraine and Russia in 2013, but I wouldn't think of going there today. Yeah, like with all that's happening right now, it would be it's not, I wouldn't go if I had an occasion and would say, oh, we can go and visit Russia. I would take a break for now. Let's visit something else. Let's go. I would go to Europe, visit some European countries. Things like that, but no, I can't. I wouldn't be able to tell myself that I want to go to Russia now, with what's happening in Putin there and all of that. Russia from 2013 to today is a kind of different. So there was some talk, so maybe there was an ID, but I don't know. Fred Waterer, a night school. I took a night school courses in Russian offered by the school board. There was a gentleman there who had taken the Trans-Siberian Railroad from one end to the other. He loved it. Yeah, apparently it's one of those things that it's like you'll remember that for the rest of your life. It's like here in Canada going to the doing the Rocky Mountain Railroad. Apparently it's breathtaking. That is something I'd like to do also. Brian Leeser, the only way I'm going to hear 13089 today is from this live stream, not my radios. Have you tried 8764, Brian Leesner? So anyways, Pirates there on 6960. David says, in theory, it's possible to travel from Barcelona to Beijing just by train. I hope I can get to do it one day. Well, that must be something, I gotta tell you. So, free to choose, 6960, unID'd, pirate right now. Andrew the Xer. Paul, long time no see. Yeah. The boss is there. The boss is there. Kenneth, do you imagine having to listen to that voice on 13089 for an entire watch? Oh, God. Carl Icon says, hearing classical music on 6960. UEB DHP5X using RTL as the RV4 and the MLA30. I get shortwave broadcasters like WRMI, but nothing on 40 or 20. Tried the same antenna on my PL330 and heard weak hams on 40. Is the SDR not good for hams? It is. If it has the performance, I don't have the V4, I have the V3. If it has the same performance, it is pretty sensitive. You know what? I think it might be your problem, P5X. Maybe the noise from your computer going into the RTL SDR is so high that you have a hard time hearing a lot of the signals. They are there, but your computer is creating too much noise, and it buries all the signals that you would normally hear. So I wouldn't be surprised that could be the case. What you could do, buy one of those USB extensions, but that there are some that have these at each end. They have these toroid cores, or these ferrites at each end. So they have this. You could see it because there's like this big core around the cable at each end. This lowers the amount of noise that gets from your PC to any device, and the other way around. And then you plug the RTL SDR on the end of that device, and you might actually have lower noise and be surprised that it's much better. Make sure your MLA30 is well positioned. There's another thing about the MLA30. It is very, very sensitive to the area you will put it. I have many times played around with my loops, my MLA30. Now I got the GA490, and changing it like just a couple of feet might make a huge difference. Rotate it for the lowest noise you can get also. This is very important. So these are all little tips that maybe is going to help you, because the RTL SDR, if the V4 is like the V3, it's sensitive enough to hear almost anything you'll hear on this channel. It's really a question of noise, the antenna positioning, making sure everything is right. Apparently the 6960 kilohertz Pirate is Tchaikovsky Symphony Radio. So you're listening to Tchaikovsky Symphony Radio. That's a new one for me. Kind of interesting. Tchaikovsky Symphony Radio is the Pirate. So let's try 8187CW. 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 Got a lot of this noise here, so I wouldn't be surprised I could hear it better on this one. So if there's some traffic, 8187CW in less than a minute should be on. Yeah, but the RTL SDRs, the one I have, the Mad Radio DX, or the V3, is very surprising on shortwave. Honestly. James Farley, does Paul the Cat understand French? Yeah, well, yeah, he will understand the French words because I always speak to him in French. So the core words that a cat will understand are all in French, basically. RJ Dakota, Pirate clear enough to be heard on the PL330 USB. Heard my basement with only the whip antenna. That's good. Brian Leisner, whoops, I lost my spot. Okay, here we go. There we go. Yay, 6960 USB can be heard quite well. He's happy. Lagadai, 6960 is weak. Yeah, I'm hearing the Morse code. It's not very strong, but it's there. Yeah, it's there. It's not very strong, but it's there. 8187. Yeah, there's a lot of that because the V3 for me was very surprising in sensitivity, but the biggest problem I had with the V3, and I would guess the V4 is the same, was really the fact that it gets a lot of the noise from the computer. So Steve Burnham, nice to have you here, Central Pennsylvania. Westlake, wrapping the wife's presents while she is away and watching your channel with the RSP1B with MLE 30 Plus and long wire. Nice to have you here from Ontario, Canada. Canada, narrow gauge between Durango and Silverton, Colorado is breathtaking in October. I was watching, there's a railroad channel that I watch, which the guy goes in different railroads everywhere. He travels a lot because he even made the REM, the new train we have here in Montreal, that is a autonomous electric train that is automated. There's no drivers, nothing. It goes from the South Shore all the way up to the northwest shore of Montreal. And I had heard that the railroad that is for the in the Adirondacks was breathtaking, and he actually made a video where he got into the train, and he made the travel from Albany, New York, all the way up to Montreal. And I got to say, it was beautiful. A lot of it is on the shore of the big lake there. I forgot the name of the lake. Anyways, it's like I watched the video. Is like 2 hours and 30 minutes because he films the whole travel, and boy, was it great. It was just beautiful, and I was like, wow, this is one of those. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it goes all the way down to New York. So it's like, oh, that could be a fun way to go to New York. Take train from Montreal, do all the Adirondacks, and go all the way down to New York. It'll be a lot of fun, actually. Bird WF7I Homebrew. Well, he was here, I think last week. Last week, wasn't he here last week? He was here a couple of weeks ago, a few times. But with all that's happening in his life, I guess there's an off and on thing going on. But it was here a couple of times in the last few weeks. So it was nice to see him. Bill Penna, my wife, and I took Via Rail overnight from Vancouver to Jasper, Alberta about 10 years ago. It was great fun, but I slept better the next night off the train. Warlock 600, if my MLA 30 Plus is like 36 feet up, will it be directional then? The MLA 30 is directional not because of its height or anything. It's directional because it's a magnetic loop, but directional pattern of an MLA30 is on things that are rather close. Like if you're on a medium wave, for example, all the stations you'll hear because they're very close, that's going to impact. You'll have to turn your antenna to receive the different stations on the AM band, for example, or on long wave. On shortwave, if a signal is very far away, it doesn't matter much anymore. And usually what we say is the magnetic loop should be positioned for the lowest noise and just leave it like that. But it's not a question of height. Mute zone, RTL SDRs are good for what day? Let me just check that here. For what day? They are, but below 24 they drop out in my experience. If they are still a good beginner SDR though, and my foray, yeah. My experience on the RTL SDR is rather good. The V3 for me, I mean, I listen to hams on 160 meter band. It was really, really good all around. The biggest problem I had was mostly images, that you have to understand there's images everywhere. But my RTL SDR V3, I've listened enough that I could say that it was extremely surprising everywhere for the price it was. And I should take it out and play more with it. I have it here somewhere on the desk, and I haven't turned it on and used it in such a long time. But I did take care of the fact that I used everything needed. So the noise floor, even the PC I chose to use it on, make sure the noise floor was very low, the lowest possible. But I had a pretty surprising experience with the RTL SDR. And I even used it in the VHF, UHF range and listened to satellites. So for the price, you know, of course there are better SDRs, that definitely is. But I was very surprised at its performance, personally. Richard Califano, nice to have you here, says in Albany, New York, could only receive Vietnam on my ATS 25 and nothing on SDR and nothing on the PL 880. That's weird. You should have heard all of that on all of the devices you just mentioned. That is bizarre. Free to choose a bilingual cat. Okay. Well, with mine, it cannot compare to, say, SDR Play, but of course, price difference is telling. Yep. Yeah, Fred Water. That's exactly it. Warlock 600 is my MLA30. Okay, already mentioned that. Blog it or die. I have the RTL SDR V4, and I like that it's cooler running. Yeah. That is good, because the V3 is horrible on that. It runs very hot. It is also one of the reasons I ran it off on a cable, not on the laptop, because it comes so hot that even the USB plug is like burning hot. I don't want it to burn up my computer, basically. Lake Champlain, thank you, Ricky. I was like, no, in my head it was like Lake Placid. It's not Lake Placid. It's the lake, that big lake, man. It's like Lake Champlain, thank you. James Zaccaria, about 15 years ago, took the train from New York to Montreal. It was very interesting, because they had stopped that railroad trip, and they restarted again a couple of years ago. Richard Califano, trip from Albany, New York, is all along the Hudson River. Yeah, there's the Hudson River part, and then there's the, and when you get up, there's the Lake Champlain part and all of that. Manual DXer, I cannot use my RTL SDR and SDR Sharp anymore, as I now use it for DAB digital radio, which needs a separate driver. Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. Ricky Long, Ricky says Amtrak's Adirondack has been called one of the best rail trips on the continent. Must be amazing when the colors are changing. Yep. I mean, the guy actually did it this fall because there's colors in the trees. And I have to say, I watched, like, you know, it's a 2-hour 30 video that, like, you know, it's a train. Like, you just see the passing, the core. So what I did is I just put it on, and I was doing other stuff and taking a peek at it all the time. And it looked really, really nice. I gotta say, it looked really nice. Fred Water in Norway, they do something called slow TV. It goes for hours. On one, they stuck a camera on the front of the train, and you see the trip through the mountains and fjords. Oh yeah, I saw a YouTube video on a train in Norway. That was extremely beautiful also. Pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. Brian Lee's Jati SDR was my toe dipping, so to speak, and I got the SDR Player SPDX. Cool. So how do I show a picture on here? The best, if you have a picture of something, send it to my email. officialshortwaveradio@gmail.com, and I will show it with my tablet for everybody to see. Yeah, I don't know about the V4 if there's a lot of fake ones, but the V3 had a lot of fake ones. One of my friends had a fake V3, which didn't work. Didn't work on shortwave at all. It couldn't go there. Canada website, JLSDR has good information on their page. Yep. Manreader DXer, yeah, the V3 runs very hot. Yeah, that's a good thing in the V4 also, because man, V3 is like. Kenneth says maybe you can use the V3 SDR dongle as a coffee cup warmer. I'm sure it would work. Honestly, it probably works. You know, put silicone to shield it and just put it in the cup of coffee. Brian Leesner, today I'm on my laptop with the NRSP and really like the SDR Play devices. Yeah, they have some really nice stuff. You know, I had a little rant at somebody that was talking about the SDR Play devices, because when the Winter Shortwave Festival happened, we had, of course, different presentations that were done. And for the first time I did a presentation, I was doing a presentation on utilities. Somebody did a presentation on SDRs, and what should I say? He presented the SDR Play device as crappy SDRs. And he was obviously very fond of the very expensive stuff. But when he presented the SDR Play device as crappy and bad, not only was I not in agreement with that, I was almost thinking, well, okay, unless it's $1,000 SDR, you don't like them. It almost sounded like, well, okay, if it has to be a minimum of price, a minimum of quality, a minimum of this or that. And I'm sorry, but they're not perfect, definitely, but they are definitely very decent SDRs. And when I saw that presentation, for me it was like, nah, I don't agree. I can't agree. So somebody came up and said, well, you know, you're talking about SDR Play devices all the time, and well, that guy says they're really bad and crappy, and I'm sorry, but I don't agree with that guy's comments on what they are. I'm sorry, this is not, I found it not professional also, because it's like, can you just state what is wrong and what you don't like? But I'm sorry, in terms of performance, they're really, really nice. And price versus performance, they're really good. Now, I had a hard time with that guy's presentation personally. So anyways, if he sees it, he knows now. I don't remember the guy's name, but like he's like they chose him because he was like an expert on SDRs. In the hobby, every time somebody says, well, that's the expert of, yeah, expert my ass. We all know a lot of stuff. Some know more than others. Expert, you're going to have to really impress me before I call you an expert in something. I'm going to tell you that. So Blogger Dice shared the RTL SDR website. Kenneth says a lot of fake V4s exist also. So, okay, continues. The fake RTL SDRs continue. This is so stupid. Because I remember when I got the V3, I went to the RTL SDR page to see where they want me to buy it, because a friend of mine had one, and his was a fake one. And so I didn't want to have a fake one, so I went through their website to order the RTL SDR and not buy it from wherever, Bert says, couldn't hear anything off my loop antenna, but I realized it's on the ground under the snow. That might not help. Johnny Z. Fradley. The Norway train videos are on the Rail Cowgirl channel. So I don't know what channel it was, but I know there was the beautiful rail stuff. So that's what I did when I bought my RTL SDR, because I was afraid to get a fake one. So I definitely did that. WF7I Homebrew says, yep, there are local 7s on the air groups with ham experts that give dangerous and ignorant driving and hiking directions to some local peaks. Buyer beware with these online experts. Yep. Brian Lees, they're those darn clowns. Yes, only buy directly from RTL SDR recommends. Yep. So, Brian sent a picture of the ATS Mini V4. Let's check that out. Oops. My tablet has been so slow lately. I have to do something about that. So, I am not receiving any new... Let me just... Okay, checking email. I'll wait a few seconds, because I got no new emails right now. Let me check my phone. Let's see if it received anything. So I got nothing right now. So I'll wait a few seconds. Let's see if I get anything else. Yeah, Ralph Brandy, exactly, Britt. Exactly. That was the guy. And I'm going to tell you, me and him should not talk about SDRs. I found him to be a little, you know, yeah, there are better SDRs, I'm sure. And, I don't know. Let's just. But the guy definitely just poo-pooed and crapped out the SDR play devices. And I'm sorry, that was not. His presentation could have been really nice, professional, and all, but when that happened, it totally turned me off. And not because of he didn't like one, but oh, he was in love with Perseus, which are so costly. And I mean, I know that those that have Perseus are they like them, and they are high-end SDRs. But when you go from a Perseus SDR and you just poo-poo something that's less expensive, and he did use the word like crappy, they're bad, they're junk. He said they're junk. No, I'm sorry. Okay, get out of your world. An example of that. I got a Nikon ICR 8500 here. I got a Kenwood R5000 here. I got a Yaesu FTDX10 here. It's like if I would talk about these radios and then say, oh, those crappy Texan receivers that are just so bad. They're not. They're really good for the price they are. And I get a lot of that. There's some people that seem to not be able to grasp the notion that I'm not buying another, because I got that a few times from someone. I'm not buying another Texan receiver when I compared it to my Yaesu or my ICOM or my okay, wait a minute. You are telling me you're basing you're going to not buy another Texan because compared to your $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 transceiver, you weren't happy? You weren't happy with what? You purchased something that's 30 times less expensive. You want it to be like and give you a performance of a 30 times more expensive device? Wake the F up for a second and take it for what it is. And I have the impression that that was what happened. Ralph Brandy just poo-poos stuff that's not expensive based on the fact that there's a few flaws. Yes, I know SDR devices are prone to images, especially below 5 megahertz. Do I poo-poo them and say, oh, well, they're crappy? No. I know about it. They've improved in the newer versions. That is improved. Can you just, look at what you got for the money you're paying for the device? They're freaking good devices. I'm sorry. That is always what I do, is look at the price, look at the performance, and then, okay, I mean, I don't know. There's some people I think are disconnected, and some people are, unless it's expensive, it can be good, and there's all the other variants of and variations. Oh, it's Chinese made, it can be good. Yeah, wake up. But I lost, that guy lost me when he started, talking about how SDR play devices were definitely just junk. Okay, all right. So I just disconnected there. Oh, SDR Play, they have junk. I disconnected. It's over. Okay, I'm not watching the rest of this presentation. That is not acceptable what happened here. Warlock, I use the Texan S2200X and also my SDR Play RSP DX R2. Now I have working in 10.2. Cool. Ricky, so now I'm imagining some poor newcomer to our hobby who picked up a fake RTL SDR, hooked it up to a fake MLA30, and that would have been miserable. And imagine how many people that happened to. And that don't know. And that they just don't know. We understand. We know what it's supposed to be doing. And when I got my fake MLE30 that I returned, I know that it was not working. But somebody that doesn't have that knowledge, he hooks that up and says, well, that's crappy. And this is sad because a lot of people have a bad experience because of that. Log on the RTL SDR website will tell you that there are better SDRs and also how much more they cost. Yeah, the ELAD. The ELAD also. He was talking about these things. Bert says, I don't even think he really liked the Kiwi or the AirSpy HF Plus Discovery. And I absolutely love the Kiwi. SDR Play is certainly very capable. It's they're not perfect, like I said, but the guy was unless it's a high-end device, it can be good. How many hams would look at a Texan portable that I talk about and say, oh, that's the crappy Chinese junk. It's not good for anything. And how many people are like, especially in our hobby. I mean, obviously in life, we all have a different wallet. And our wallet is not all in the same range. So, yeah, some people can buy a $10,000 radio like this because it's like buying, a chocolate bar at the grocery store. But some people having just a Texan PL330 is a very expensive purchase. Let's put ourselves in the reality of the world we live in. So when somebody that buys $1,000 radios is incapable of accepting that $100 radio can be extremely surprising next to your $5,000 transceiver. Yeah, they're not the same. Absolutely. The bells and whistles, the extras that my Yaesu has does make me get a signal that I might have a hard time on the Texan, but I'll get it better on the Yaesu because I got all the gizmos and the little buttons I press that do magic. Why? Because it's so expensive that there's magic, added magic to the radio. But to go to the point where you're going to say, oh, well, if you buy that $100 radio, that's crap. You should buy a $2,000 transceiver, as if everybody has $2,000 lying around to buy a radio. No, I'm sorry. A lot of people don't have $2,000 lying around to buy a radio. Even I went to the Yaesu FTD-X10. It was a stretch. It was probably over my wallet capabilities, I still went for it. But I ain't gonna buy a Yaesu style radio and priced radio in the next year, and probably not in the next 5 years, and probably not in the next 10 years. You know, I purchased it in the please, I hope you're gonna work for 20 years at the price that I paid. You know, much more than anything else. Now, doesn't mean, you know, life is life. You never know. And yeah, you know, there's credit cards. They exist for a reason sometimes. But still, you got to be careful. And some people we don't all have the same capability. But when somebody that has money that buys expensive stuff can't accept that the lower end stuff is surprisingly good, you won't be my friend. I'm just going to tell you that. Okay? Blogger I really looking forward to the DP666 review. I'm really looking forward to getting that thing in my hands and playing around with it, honestly. Honestly. Yeah, is it because he's a ham, or I don't, you know, I would say not necessarily, because I see a lot of shortwave guys that are not hams, but that own a Japan radio NRD 525 or those expensive radios, a Drake R8B, and that come up to you and say, oh, those junk portables. This is the way to go. You know? Brian Leesner, the SDR Play devices are just fine, priced right, nothing is perfect, and I get the images too. I deal with it, and the RSP is an improvement over the RSPDX. Yep. And you know what? I'm happy to have these devices. I'm happy to promote them when I can. SDR Play has been very nice. They've been sending me, I got the RSPDX from them for free. I got the NRSP for free. I'm not talking about SDR Play devices because I got free stuff from them. I talk about it because I like the devices. That's it. I'm in a conundrum. I'm in some kind of black hole right now with a company called Retivis that makes this that I haven't talked about yet, and some of you might know that I've had this for a while now. And that company is constantly bombarding me with what they want. You know, every company that gave me a radio, they have no demands. They aren't asking me for anything. They know I will probably talk about it, and I do what I want. When I got that, well, you got to do an unboxing, you got to do this, you got to do that. Where's the first video? Where's this? Where's that? Whoa. You send me a radio, deal with the way I'm going to do it, and deal with the time frame it's going to take. So when I got the radio, and I knew because before they sent me, oh God, it was complicated. It was like, oh man, but we're sending you a free radio. You better, it's like, no. It doesn't work that way. Gilles does what he wants to do. No one will tell him what to do or say at any point in time. I don't care if you gave me a radio. It costs you $10 to make anyways. Please. So I've been having steady emails from them. It's like, well, you know, we don't see the videos. We don't see the... And your radio's crappy. I'm not happy with it. I've abstained from talking about it because I won't be able to say any nice things about it. So what do I do? Yeah, of course, you guys are going to say, talk about it and crap it out and say what it's bad and what it's... Yeah, there's too many things that I don't like. I was expecting something that it's not really. It's a ham radio transceiver. And I'd like it to do more than what it does. The audio quality is so terrible. I just can't... just making a video of it is like, oh God. This is where I am. So it's like, okay, I crap it out, and it's like, you're never going to send me anything anyways. It doesn't matter. I probably should, and I guess it's probably what's going to come. It's very complicated. It has a very bad manual, incomplete. So half of what it can do, I'm not sure, because don't have instructions on whatever. And it's so freaking complicated that you have to go through each menu and each little thing and hope you understand what that little freaking thing on the screen means. That's where this is, and that's where I'm... Okay. So, yeah, don't send me another one. I don't care. Let me deal with this crap now, and if you guys see the red of this crap that is, don't buy it. That's the first recommendation, anyways. It's please. Okay. That's the the live review. Okay. Yeah, the MLA30 is a hobby saver. Absolutely. You wouldn't be here without that, because you probably would have abandoned that for a long time ago. Blogger die. Yeah, that's how it should be done. You know, when you look at reviews of radios or anything, like you look at reviews on Amazon. What are the biggest problems with reviews on Amazon? Because what I do is, okay, there's 4,000 people that reviewed. What I like to do is, first of all, look at how many put 5 stars and 4 stars. Add that up. And when 4 and 5 stars equal, I don't know, 84%, that's good. 84% of the people just said it's good or very good. I mean, it must be good. But you look at the 1-star ratings, and it's like, well, I plugged it in, and it didn't do what I wanted. Can you explain what it didn't do that you wanted? Or it didn't do what you expected to do because you're too stupid to understand what it actually is supposed to do? And so it's like, oh God. But I mean, so, okay. Yeah, it's going to be based on price and everything. Let's take our friend's Brian's picture. Oh, I think I got it. Yeah, it's here. I saw a notification. Here we go, Brian. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Ta-da! Oh, that's nice. I like that you put some currency next to it so that we could see the actual size of it. So it's pretty nice. It is a mini radio when you look at the coin next to it. But yeah. Bert says sometimes radio guys get up on the wrong side of the bed, I feel like, and just go on rants. Maybe he needed to just have a do-over on that whole talk. Oh, God, look. You know, Bert, what's the problem? It would be really good if you did your own SDR talk. It's that it won't happen. You know why? Because, wow, how should I put this? I don't want to have anybody rant at me on... Because somebody's going to rant and somebody's going to say to someone somewhere, well, Gilles said that about your... which, honestly, I don't really care because I have my own thing going on. Which is, for me, this channel and what I do here is way bigger than any of those events anyways. What I'd say is this year's Shortwave Fest was different because a lot of us decided to talk to the guys that actually do the event and say, okay, let's sit down here because people, you guys know the price went up, and to have people going to an event like that, there's a lot of people saying, well, it's kind of expensive for what we're getting. And yeah, if you're going to charge money for something, you have to have a minimum of quality and a minimum of good presentations and things that people want to to learn more about. We went up to, okay, you know what? You guys are doing old stuff, and it feels like we're in 1975 every time we're at the Shortwave Fest. And can we have more modern stuff and new stuff and changes and stuff? Now, they didn't say yes to all of our demands. There were a few things we thought, one, I'm sure, Bert, you'd be the first one to be happy with one that we suggested that wasn't on. Ham radio etiquette. How to freaking use your ham radio in a proper way, because they're all, half of them, if not more, are jerks on the air. We wanted one presentation of one ham operator that says, okay, you guys are idiots. This is how we do proper, contacts, what you should not do on the air, what you should be when you actually in a pileup or whatever. We wanted one of those because there's a lack of proper operation of AM radio operators. That was one. It was kind of rejected. It was not there. I got my utility because we just said, well, nobody ever talks about utilities ever. There was never a presentation on that. Why? It's part of the shortwave spectrum. It should be in there. This is where I got, I was like, well, who's going to do it? Well, Jill's going to do it. Okay, I'm going to do it. Fine. There are people more knowledgeable than me on utilities, but hey, I did my best. And I got a surprisingly good bunch of guys that came up and said, wow, I didn't realize all of that was possible, and thanks to you, it opened my eyes on what's out there. So there were a lot of changes this year that went with us going and saying, okay, guys, come on. We have to do changes in that. But we also have noticed that there's a lot of resistance. The Shortwave Festival is in a mold that is very difficult to get out of. And, that said, Richard and John are amazing in making this happen every year. And I mean, I'm not complaining about the Shortwave Fest itself in any way, except that it's tough to have certain things happen. And one of the things that will be the problem, like with what you're asking, Bert, is having my own SDR talk might not go well because it's going to be kind of a or seen as a competition, or a, well, this guy wants to give his own, and that's not something that's necessarily welcome in that in that show. And I understand why in a certain way. Yeah, I'm not happy with that SDR talk and that SDR moment, but you know, I'll put it like I put it at karaoke style. When somebody says you should sing the song that he sang, I always say, out of respect, I will never sing a song somebody else has sung in the same evening, because I want it to be respectful. I'm not here to sing better than somebody else. I'm here to have fun. And I get that probably is the same thing there. And the hobby is very small. Everything I talk here, everything I will do here, everything I will say about anything, including the Shortwave Fest, somebody somewhere will blab about it, talk about it, and someone somewhere will come back to me in an email saying, well, you know, you talked about blah, 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 blah. It happens regularly, by the way. Yeah. Free speech. I say what I want to say. That's it. Cheers. Win Radio Excalibur, yeah. Before the Perseus and Elad, absolutely. WX50. Do you guys remember when the old PCs, where you had these big fancy cards that you put in your desktop machine, and it was a SDR on a card that you would put in some slot on the motherboard? Oh man, I remember that. Warlock, yes, SDR Play is known to have an amazing service. Absolutely. Absolutely. Everybody that, when somebody's stuck in a very, very bad situation, I always tell them, okay, contact SDR Play. They're going to help you out, and they're really good at that too. So absolutely. Like I will always say, you buy a text and radio from Anonco. Anonco is the best in the world. Anonco. Anna is there for you and will answer your questions. And if there's a problem, it'll be there for you. As simple as that. That's the other thing we didn't have this year, Bert. I had mentioned, now the problem is probably the lack of people that could talk about it. The next Winterfest in April, which would probably be in April or May again, I will propose a talk on portable radios. It's time to, because we did ask about that. We did ask about that. Somebody should talk about, all the portables today that are so inexpensive and so great to use. Because if you want to have people in the hobby, we need to have people talking about all these radios, and I think I will probably jump in next time we talk about what we should do as presentations and say, okay, I'll do a presentation on all the modern portables that are available today. that you could buy that are amazing, that are good, and go into the different categories quickly of, you know, the lowest cost portables up to the mid-range, up to the higher class portables, and in the middle go a little bit into the weirdness of these little kind of portable SDR stuff. And I think that probably will be my suggestion, and do a presentation on that next time, because they will need presentations for sure. But one thing for sure, we need to modernize and make the Shortwave Fest enjoyable and interesting for everybody. We also complain a lot about the price of online Zoom. They lowered the price because of us. Because at some point it was like, okay, it's okay, there's a meetup. It's okay, it's in person for some. A lot of what we thought for a while was, yeah, but you hiked when in person happened, you hiked the price for the Zoom. But what are we adding to the Zoom? Nothing. We're just, so there was a lot of discussion about, are we paying kind of for the in-person event somehow, because there's a lot of money involved. And we had the real talk. I mean, Sheldon, Harvey, me, and a couple of other guys, we had the talk, the real hard talk. Okay, why is it costing this? Why are you charging that? And where does that money go? We actually went through all of those really hard questions. So where does the money go? Okay, is there any money left? And if it's left, okay, explain it. And they were very open. I have to say, they were extremely open. They just told us this is how it happens and this is how it works. And I like that because it was honest and it was beautiful. And that is the way we want to have these activities go on. Looking forward. It was perfect for that. So, what else do we have? Let's go down. Luis Perez, 66NU. Antenna is the most important piece of your shortwave station. I sometimes get better performance out of the PL330 and the GRC NRD 525 because, the ICOM ICRD 500 here had, and the manual on one of the first pages had a paragraph that was perfect. They told you it's nice that you purchased the ICOM ICRD 500, but this radio will be as good as the antenna you put on it. Kind of saying, if you put a crappy antenna, this thing is not going to be better than some cheapo radio. You got to do something, Oh man, James the Cadet, for the price, he's happy with his ZQ G90, which is an amazing little, transceiver for the price. In the shortwave listening blog, there's so many articles that were written that are just great, and it's like, you know what? Sometimes you got to just sit down and, Mike WX50, you need to buy a Watkins Johnson receiver. Yeah, let's go for it. $10,000 radio. Let's go. Jay Watterson, Paul the Cat got my credit card. No, man, he's going to buy treats. Cat treats. He's going to have tons and tons of cat treats coming over. Jim Gordon says, Joe, expensive radios versus cheaper radios. On this subject, you've always been the voice of common sense. If you're new to the hobby, are so many budget radios today. D808, PL330, absolutely. Absolutely. Manuel DXer, those sort of people would be shocked how well a Mini SI 4732 works for $25. I'm still amazed. Absolutely, I'm amazed. Imagine for us too, coming from the 80s when a cheap radio was the cheap radio. It was the real thing. It was $100 radio was like, oh, that's not expensive in the 1980s. It doesn't work well too. Hey, MDK2, Matt, nice to have you on board from Denver. So it's Brian Leesner, I won't mention the YouTube channel, but all credibility is lost. Every radio review comes out as the best radio ever. Oh man, there was one guy, I don't know if that's the channel you're talking about. I remember once I talked about one guy that said, this is the best radio ever. And I said, well, I can't with that guy on that channel. And actually sent me a private message saying, how dare you, somebody told me how you were really not nice with my channel. And it was like, oh, please. Look, if I'm not nice with your channel, all I can say, I won't say it. I'll just show you. Go. All right. God. God. Oh yeah, the Baofeng. All these radios are complicated. All these freaking radios are complicated. And all these freaking radios don't have a manual that's a minimum helpful. It's like, do this, do that. Yeah, what that means. I mean, I looked at the manual for this is like, so you're expecting me to understand what these 4 letters in the mode 4 means. And I have no idea. And I don't know. But it's like, okay, make them complicated if you want, but can I ask you one thing? If they make it complicated, can you also make a manual that's 300 pages for me, please? I don't know. Hey, Jasmine, nice to have you here. Thanks for the emails on the mesh radio stuff. I'm going to do a video about it. It's like, I don't know. Brad Shaver, nice to have you here. Yep, the ATS minis are a lot of fun to play with. Absolutely. I need to take out mine again. I mean, it's just like so cool to play with. I mean, come on. Jasmine says, that's crazy. Utilities are one of the only things where it is still possible to hear every country. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. There's stuff from everywhere on utilities. And, yeah. Warlock, did you send it to the correct email? Official. Okay, here's the email. Official Shortwave Radio at gmail.com. Wow, this is slow. My Chrome browser is about to crash on the chat. This is crazy how the Chrome browser crashes. Radio. Official shortwave. Something's wrong here. Official shortwave radio at gmail.com. Shouldn't crash usually. They should work. Okay. Yeah, you could do that, Blocker Die. Or, plug it into one of those huge power packs and just, use it hours at a time on that power pack or something. Shilniver, nice to have you on board. Seems times are desperate, so to you and Mr. Paul, have a Merry Christmas. Yeah. Let the Christmas police come and get me. I like that. Oh, God. There were a few really great talks, I thought. IPTV one at the end regarding the foreign services. Yeah, I like the one about these stations in Africa where they're it's it was great to see how his presentation was showing how stations that he built up in Africa were helpful for a lot of communities, and that shortwave radio has its place. Yeah, Jasmine, it's not. Every time I don't like that when somebody goes up to you and is like, "Oh, you should sing that. You do it so much better." No, he sang it. It's his song tonight. I will not sing it. This is not. I don't find that cool. Oh yeah, I'm gonna sing your song because I do it better than you. No, that's not cool, at all, at all. Let whoever sings that song do it the way they want. Bad, good, average, who cares? That's the way it is. It's karaoke once again. It's not America's Got Talent. There I would go and just I'm gonna throw it in your face. It's karaoke. Come on. You have to be nice. And when somebody complains in a karaoke that, did you see how bad he sings? I always reply, you don't sing, and you don't even know how it is to go up there in front of all of these people and sing one freaking song. So shut the F up, okay? It's always my answer. Brian Leesner, the blogger OM0ET, does in-depth reviews and did a series on the ATS minis and the differences and improvements. Oh, interesting. Fred Waterer, when I sing, everybody leaves. He's a real showstopper. Oh, God. Yeah. Yeah, Anna's the best. Absolutely. It's really, really good. There was a big void, and we tried to go there, Bert, and I'll say it the way I think. Even though we're partners because CIDX does the hospitality suite, and it is greatly appreciated, I still feel that NASWA and CIDX are in competition rather than being good friends. And I said it a few times. At the state of our hobby in 2025, competition shouldn't exist anymore, and any clubs, we are all here together and to be together to make our hobby the greatest thing possible, and especially for the newbies out there that just arrive and see what we do. We got to be the friendly guys that are not in competition, helping each other to make sure that new people come inside our hobby. This channel is a representation of this. Help newbies come here and say, I feel that I'm part of a of all of you guys because you're so nice and you're helpful and you don't laugh. You don't make me feel like, my questions are ignorant or, Take care, Mute Zone, Mad Radio DXer. Well, at least those days are long gone, but I picked up a BBC and Radio Moscow on freaking Crystal Radio. Yep. See you next week. Absolutely, everybody. Dakota, I remember when Radio Netherlands used to put out a publication called Give Your Antenna Some Air. It showed how to build a shortwave radio antenna using common parts. Radio Netherlands had tons of cool little pamphlets that you could ask for. They even had radio reviews. You could say, I remember when I got my Kenwood 5000, I wrote to Radio Netherlands saying, apparently you have a little Kenwood R5000 review booklet. And I remember they sent me that. It was like 10 pages of them testing and giving their own opinion of the radio itself. It was it was so cool. Yeah, my WX50, you remember those? I thought that was great. Great. Todderbert, well, let's just say that Todderbert is not the one that complained about anything. But let's just say that I don't have a very high... I don't... you know what? I shouldn't talk about other YouTube channels, honestly. But I don't have a very high opinion of Todderbert videos. What else did I say? But I try to avoid talking about other. The one that gave me that bad email was the guy actually reviews farm equipments and whatever. Like I remember seeing the Shoyoung LC90 talk, and then the next video was like a John Deere tractor for the field, and I'm like, what? This is like a farmer's do-it-all. But it was so superficial on the radio that it was like, okay, come on. Kid over 61, I paid over $200 for my 1K Radio Shack Pocket PC. Still have it. Yeah. Oh, God. Hey, John. Nice to have you here. WPE 4K NC from Virginia. Blogger Die, Friend in the Shed and Todderbird are a little fun, but not something to rely on. Yeah, that's, look, they have their thing going. That's it. Honestly. Free to choose aren't bail things illegal. They're technically illegal everywhere in the world. But they go through, customs. Nobody, Brian Leesner, not Todderbird. He's okay. And we get to see every Chinese radio as a built-in flashlight. Oh, God. Like I was so disgusted with the XH Data D808 manual that I rewrote it from scratch a year or so later. They sent me a revision that was maybe 90% of what I sent them. We went back and forth a few times. Thank you, Blogger Die, for all you do. I'm going to tell you that. Imagine, Blogger Die, you have a hard time convincing people that made the radio that the squelch worked on all bands. You don't even know your own radio. And, oh, God. RJ Dakota, Farpoint Farms was one channel that had radios, and he was pretty over the top. He's the one that ranted at me, and I'm sure he's going to rant again because somebody's going to be like, yeah. How dare you be really bad with my channel? You're an idiot. Yeah. All right. Go talk about your tractors. Maybe, the worst part is I don't know that much about tractors and whatever. So I'm like, if you talked about the Shoyang LC90 like this, I'm not sure your review of the John Deere tractor is going to be yours that I will look at if I want to buy one. Because I'm not sure it's going to be a good review. Oh, it's great. It's just so big and green. Yeah, all right. Thanks for the review. Richard Galifano, Crafters S120 was around $79.69. Oh, man. We received so many countries. Yep. The other thing I don't like is any channel that... I haven't done it. Any channel is like, oh, I've got the Amazon link so I can... I'm a partner on Amazon. So if you buy it there, I'm going to get some money off of you buying a radio there. Well, you just lost me. I haven't gone that route for a very simple reason. I don't want to have that on my conscience that when I talk about something, I'm going to go and tell you, hey, there's the Amazon link down below where you can make money for me. No. I'm sorry. Nope. That also loses a lot of points for me on any channel. Not just radio channels. Any freaking channel. I'm sorry. James Zacata, do you sing in French or in English? 90% English with a few French songs. I do sing quite a few French songs. Québécois French songs, mostly. God. Warlock, when I sing, I always have someone politely asking to stop singing. Oh, God. Blackguard Eye, I sort of like Fred in the Shed, but he talked me into wasting $200 on a ratty RF 919, which is the most disappointing radio I ever bought. Different Gear TV, I've seen that kit so many times, and it was so tempting. That every time I've seen it, I was like, oh, that looks like some kind of cool little kit to do. I've never purchased it. And the reason I not purchased it was I don't have a lot of time. When will you actually build that radio? And I was like, yeah, I know I don't have time. It's going to stay there in the box unbuilt for years before I do something. Oh, God. Farpoint Farms. Oh, God. Fred in the Shed. The name tells me something, but I'm not sure I've seen Fred in the Shed, but probably did, but, Oh, God. What else do we have? Brian Leisner. Okay, the cat's out of the bag. Farpoint Farms and the LC90 being the best shortwave radio ever. Yeah. But you know what, Jasmine? There's affiliate links and affiliate links. And I'm going to explain it why the affiliate links you have should not be related to your content, because that lowers the quality of what you're saying, because you just want to make money. Most content creators that I follow have affiliate links of other stuff. For example, I talk about radios. Well, if I would do affiliate links, then I would be Paul the Cat loves Friskies. And this is his favorite cat food. Here's a link if you want to try it with your own cat. What does that do? It doesn't lower the quality of my stuff because it doesn't make me sell radios. It makes me just tell you that Paul the Cat loves that kind of brand food. And most of the content creators that I follow are like that. They will have, hey, you don't know what to do for supper? Well, here's good food. Prepared meals. They're really good, and it's like they have tasted and tried it too. And so the content, the affiliate links are about general content that people could be interested in, but they have nothing to do with the content, official content of your channel. They're just general stuff. John K9WXX. No, I don't have a Discord. Hey, Bert, take care. Stay safe. Nice to have you on board as usual. The X286 is a nice radio for medium wave and FM. But, yep. Jill's still waiting for the review of the Sony Sony SONI brand radio. So that I'd like to see that. I'd like to have one of those. Ray, thank you so much for the donation. And no, I'm not selling it. Jasmine, I wish there was an official SWL Discord. No one I know uses Facebook, and I haven't since 2016. Yeah, the younger generation doesn't use Facebook much. It's much more, but I don't want to go there. Blogger, the thing about medium wave on the DX286 is that you can just hang a 20 feet antenna off on the ground wire and it gets everything. Wow. You even got Algeria on long wave that way. Wow, that's cool. Fred Water, Far Point Farms makes me think of Star Trek Next Generation every time. You know. Go. Blogger Die says it goes to great pains to tell everybody that no links give anything. Yeah, Rob from Wick. Nice to have you here. Matt says, I friggin' hate off-topic oring of junk I don't need by YouTubers. Thanks for not following the herd. RJ Dakota, I would love to have the LC90, but it's still not the best. No, it's not the best radio ever. That definitely is not the case. Not the case. Different people would have different results. If you want a good shortwave radio, it doesn't come close to the best shortwave portables at all. It's like a Swiss Army knife of radio. If you don't, it will receive what you want to receive, but it's not the best in what it does. But you want everything, then okay. If you're okay with that, that's okay. John Carney's, nice to have you here. Blackguard I first built his first serious radio, Lafayette KT340, from a kit when he was 16. Wow. Pretty crazy. So, guys, we've been on for 4 hours. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Oh, the audio on LC90 definitely is great. Absolutely. You're right on that, Brian Leisner. Great audio. And it's a great overall little, portable. I mean, look, it's never very, very far from where I am. there's a reason for it. Is I do use it regularly and stream stuff and do stuff, but it's not the best shortwave. On streaming, it's great. You know. Jasmine, here's a question, Jill. Since you don't want to simulcast on Twitch, have a Discord, create videos across YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok, would you oppose someone else who did? I don't oppose anybody that does anything like that. But, no. Everybody's entitled to do what they want. I got no problem with that. So, Twitch would be, I got a Twitch account. Twitch is, if we talk about Twitch, it's a question of just me, taking the time to organize it all and have it work personally. But for the rest, Discord and all that, and I don't know. But it's a question of also, I think the other thing, which is mostly the big problem for me, by the way, is time. Being a caregiver plus doing all the content and all the stuff, it's straining my schedule to a point where it's very difficult for me to take time to do something. I've been neglecting the shortwave channel quite a lot recently, and it has a lot to do with that. Having a hard time finding any moments to try to do anything else, basically. But the easiest for me, and this is what I should look at, is streaming on YouTube and Twitch at the same time, basically. Brian Leesner, my only disappointment with the PLAE are the mixed results with hooking up an external medium wave antenna. I can't. Black Eye, I used the PL380 for travel and the PL330. My last trip, I took the X286 and the Mini ATS Mini. Fred Waters, I've been a caregiver. Yeah, it is an incredible commitment. Absolutely. It's very tough. Even my friends find that I neglect them because I just have too much of a hard time finding any time for anything. It's really tough. So guys, love you all. Stay safe. Thank you so much for being here. And I will look into it, Jasmine, I promise. That's the easiest part for me, probably, of everything else. Thanks for being here. Gaul Diaz, nice to have you here. See you next Saturday, 20 hours Universal Time. And, did Warlock's email pop up? I didn't check. Let me check for that before we go. Doesn't know if YouTube recently changed something that messed up some of the cross-platform streamer apps. I'll be checking that out. So did I get an email for our friend here? Here we go. I did. So my MLA30 antenna installed outside. There's just a ventilation unit like 50 feet away. And this is a 3-story building. The antenna is like 30 feet away from wires on the wall in the back. Is that a good position? Look, the further away you can put it is the best, but you know what? You do what you can. Honestly, this is his position. You do what you can and you try to position the way you can and see how it works. It's the best you can do is really to test it out. So take care, guys. Stay safe. Love you all. Thanks all for the donations today. And next week we'll be here 20 hours UTC. And stay safe, everybody. Love you all. All right.